Yep.
Personnel report. She's doing quick.
You couldn't even remember where you put it. Sure, sure.
The meeting will please come to order. And first of all, we need an action item on attendance by way of electronic device. This is an action item.
I move to approve.
A second.
Second.
Board members, please vote. Vice Chair Brooks Buck,
Yes.
Board Chair Byram,
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins,
Yes.
Board Member Mayo,
Yes.
Board Member Riddick,
Yes.
Board Member Story,
Yes.
motion carried.
Next, I ask Mr. Riddick to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us all stand, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Riddick. And now, Mr. Waller, we need a certification of the closed meeting.
Resolution of certification of the closed meeting of June 11th, 2020 pursuant to Section 2.2-3712 of the Code of Virginia, 1950 as amended.
I move for approval.
Second. Second.
Board members, please vote. Board Chair Byram,
Yes.
Vice Chair Brooks Buck,
I must abstain. I wasn't present.
Board Member Jenkins,
Yes.
Board Member Mayo,
Yes.
Board Member Mitnick,
I must abstain.
Board Member Riddick,
Yes.
Board Member Story,
I voted no to go into the closed meeting without Mr. Mitnick. I'm voting no because he was not included in the closed meeting.
Point of order.
thank you. Motion carried.
Next, we have the approval of the agenda, and I believe we have some additional items. Ms. Mayo?
Madam Chair, we actually skipped the personnel report on the agenda.
Excuse me, sir. Personnel report. Ms. Mayo?
I move that we approve the personnel report.
Second. Board members, please vote. Board Chair Byram?
Yes.
Board Chair Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Mitnick? Board Member Mitnick?
Didn't hear him. He said he abstained.
Okay. Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Story?
Yes.
Motion carried.
And next, we have the approval of the agenda. Oh, you want to do them next? Oh, excuse me, Dr. Gordon.
Yes, ma'am, Madam Chair. As a part of the personnel report, I did want to take the time to announce 3 new principals that we have here in Suffolk Public Schools, and we're excited that they're going to lead 3 of our elementary schools. First, Ms. Candace Myrick, who is our new principal at Oakland Elementary School. She has, yes. Ms. Myrick has an administration and supervision degree, pre-K through 12, business and education from Hampton University and Liberty University. She formerly served as an assistant principal of Mac Ben Elementary School for the last 3 years, and we're happy that she's continuing to climb that ladder as our new principal at Oakland Elementary School. So, Ms. Myrick, we'll turn it over to you. I believe your mic is hot if you want to say a few words or introduce any family members that you have here in attendance. Red. Come to the podium then? Yeah, come to the podium right there.
Good evening. First, greetings to our Superintendent, Dr. Gordon, to Chair, Ms. Byram, Vice Chair, Dr. Brooks Buck, all school board members that are here. I just bring you greetings. I'm so excited and honored to stand before you as the new principal of Oakland Elementary. I have to say that Dr. Gordon, he said some of my schools, but he didn't say Norfolk State University. Behold, the green and gold. That's where I went for undergrad, so I have to say that. But I'm just honored to be here today. I look forward to continuing the great work that is already occurring at Oakland Elementary. They are truly a family, and I look forward to joining that family and just continuing with student social and academic growth. I do have 2 people here with me, 2 very important people. My parents, if they would stand, Pastor Emmanuel Myrick and Elaine Myrick. They also unofficially work for Suffolk Public Schools. They work very hard for Suffolk Public Schools along with me, so I just want to say thank you to them and thank you to you all. Thank you, Superintendent Dr. Gordon, for giving me, a hometown girl from Suffolk, a chance to lead a school. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Myrick. We look forward to great things for you.
Next, we have Ms. Crystal Taylor, the new principal of Hill Point Elementary School with the EDS from Old Dominion. She also has a master's degree from Regent University and a Bachelor of Science from Norfolk State University, since I'm now getting all the information here. Ms. Taylor previously served as an assistant principal at Elephants Fork Elementary School, and we are excited that she's going to take over and lead one of our largest elementary schools at Hill Point. So, Ms. Taylor, if you wouldn't mind coming to the podium as well.
Good evening, everyone. Dr. Gordon, school board chair, school board vice chair, and all school board members, and to everyone that's assembled here this evening. I'm so excited to take the reins of Hill Point Elementary School. I live in the Hill Point community, so I already feel like I'm a part of the family. My son went there, my daughter currently attends, so I know firsthand the great teaching and learning that's going on within that school setting, and I'm looking forward to continuing to build upon the great things that have been done already at Hill Point and to help lead the students and the staff and the community to be able to continue and to grow and to excel, to continue to help our students become citizens that are equipped to move forward within our global society. Today I do have with me my husband, Mr. Marlon Taylor. Excuse his seat, he's on crutches at the time. I told him it was great timing because he can't help me move my office now. But we will definitely get through that as well. So I'm looking forward to continuing to work hard within the Suffolk Public Schools community, and I thank each of you for entrusting me with this opportunity. Thank you.
And last but not least, we have Ms. Burnett Brock, new principal at Booker T. Washington Elementary School. Ms. Brock has a Bachelor of Science in Accounting from Norfolk State University. There seems to be a theme here today. Master of Arts, also from Norfolk State University in Administration and Supervision, and she is currently working on her doctorate from Virginia Tech in Education and Leadership. Ms. Brock previously served as the assistant principal at Booker T. Washington Elementary School, so she'll be moving her office right down the hall. So, Ms. Brock.
Good afternoon. Good evening. Superintendent Gordon, our chair, Ms. Bynum, and of course, our vice chair, Ms. Bucks, and all the school board members. I am so honored and humbled to be before you and representing Booker T. Washington Elementary School as their next principal. It's a journey at Booker T, and I've been fortunate to be on that journey for the last 2 years and looking to do great things as we continue the improvement at Booker T. Washington Elementary School. Those who are from Suffolk, well, you're all from Suffolk, know that Booker T is a family. Everybody knows everybody. Everybody has a great relationship with everyone. So I am definitely honored to be the next principal of Booker T. Washington Elementary School. Little history, my high school was actually Booker T. Washington High School in Norfolk, so I kind of feel like that's destiny.
Right.
And on my journey. So again, thank you, Dr. Gordon, for trusting me with the job that you have bestowed me with.
Right.
Thank you, school board, for the approval. And with me tonight, I have my husband, Timothy Brock, my brother, Lawrence, and my mother, Garnett. They all work for Suffolk Public Schools with every school I've been in, from Creekside to McBean to now Booker T. And yes, they will be assisting me moving my office across the hall. So their job is not done. Again, thank you, and I look forward to this opportunity.
Say thank you to you ladies. We expect a lot of you, and I know you can produce because you've done it before and you'll do it again. You've had good training, good mentors, and we put our trust in you. We know you can do a great job, and we'll be watching. We'll be watching. Thank you so much. And now we'll move on. Approval of the agenda. Ms. Mayo? We have some additional items.
Madam Chair, we have some additional items that are very important that must be added to the agenda. The 2020-21 Title IV Part A Student Support and Academic Enrichment Grant application needs approval. Also, the 2020-21 Title III statewide consortium application. And then in addition, we have a resolution of the school board for the city of Suffolk expressing a steadfast commitment to foster an inclusive educational environment where every student, teacher, support professional, parent, and community member is treated with dignity and respect, as well as our commitment to continue fighting for racial justice and human and civil rights. Madam Chair, I move that we approve the agenda with the additional items.
A second. Board members, please vote. Board Chair Byram,
Yes?
Vice Chair Brooks Buck,
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins,
Yes.
Board Member Mayo,
Yes.
Board Member Mitnick,
Yes.
Board Member Riddick,
Yes.
Board Member Story,
Yes.
motion carried.
Next, we have public speakers on agenda topics, and I'll ask Ms. Gardner to review the rules for the speakers, please.
It is the intent of the school board to ensure that the affairs of the board be conducted in an open and orderly manner, that all persons desiring to address the board are afforded an opportunity to do so. Any persons addressing the board shall, 1, confine their comments to matters germane to the business of the school board. 2, refrain from words or statements which, from their usual construction and common acceptance, are construed as insults and tend to incite violence or breach of the peace. 3, refrain from obscenity, vulgarity, or other breach of respect. 4, comply with the time limit for public comment as set by the board, which can be up to 5 minutes, unless the board, through the exercise of its discretion, decides to allow less than 5 minutes for public comment. 5, refrain from cumulative or repetitive remarks. 6, refrain from making any comments regarding any pending student discipline or employee grievance matters. The appropriate forum for such matters is the applicable administrative hearing provided by state law or, where appropriate, court proceedings. The school board welcomes comments from the public as appropriate. Board members will listen to public comments but will not comment unless granted permission by the chair. The chairman or other presiding officers shall preserve decorum and shall decide all questions of public order subject to appeal to the board. At the request of the chairman, a city police officer shall act as sergeant at arms at all board meetings. The officer shall, under the direction of the chairman or other presiding officer, have charge of the board chambers, the board conference room, the waiting areas and corridors adjacent thereto, and the school administrative buildings, and shall prevent disorder or interruption of the business of the board.
Thank you, Ms. Gardner. And first, we have Meg Diggs, speaker. Meg Diggs.
About what I believe to be the overreaching of the school board. Overreaching of the school board with the norms and protocols that you added to policy last year. During a phone conversation with Chairwoman Byram at the end of June 2019, I expressed my concerns that the school board was trying to put policies in place that give the false impression that the elected school board can discipline another elected official when the board, in fact, does not have any formal powers of discipline according to the law. I take particular issue with the fact that the school board discusses or criticizes any public officer's opinions or actions regarding public business in a closed session outside of public view. A public officer chooses to place themselves in the public light by running for office, and public scrutiny of their performance is an important part of the process.
If such discussions by fellow members of an elected body are held outside of public view, then the only people who have actual power to remove the public officer, which are the voters, would be kept in the dark and not be able to make informed decisions at the next election. Your position is not to play judge and jury with the other board members. This only widens the divide. A better practice is that all concerns of ethical violations should be reported and reviewed by a neutral third-party committee to ensure the board is not allowing the personal interests and opinions interfere in the professional responsibilities of the public offices that you hold. It is not the role of elected officials to punish or censure another public official with whom opinion they disagree. We don't have a grievous ethical violation here that supports a public censure. We have 33 paper cuts. So many of these violations are over the differing personal issues and legal advice regarding FOIA violations and questions about transparency. Well, like many citizens, I myself feel that the school board doesn't grasp the responsibility to be open. And the reason that we feel that way is due to the school board's history of making decisions that intentionally keep anything that the board may deem somewhat embarrassing or sensitive issues out of the public light for the convenience of the school board. This is from personal experience and not because of Ms. Story's opinions posted on her Facebook page. The resolution of public censure also states that Ms. Story has allegedly violated the confidentiality of closed meetings, and this I find particularly disturbing. First, I don't understand how she can breach confidentiality when it's posted on the public agenda that this was in discussions 3 times. Second, personally, the idea of the 7 of you in a room with Attorney Waller making decisions about transgender guidelines for our kids without any input from the community you serve, and as far as we know, no one with expertise or personal experience on this very sensitive topic is, in my opinion, a violation of what you have been elected in your positions to do. You are supposed to be the bridge between the community and the school system. I have been following the Suffolk School Board closely for many years now, and I can confidently say that this school board has never been more passionate about anything as they have been about muzzling Sherry Story. Overcrowding, safety, transportation, mental health, special education, none of it can hold a candle to how you have passionately pursued Ms. Story, and in many of our opinions, she's the only one who's doing it right. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Briggs. Next, we have Thomas Turner.
Madam Chairman, Madam Vice Chairman, members of the school board, Mr. Superintendent, counsel for the school board. My name is Thomas Turner, and I live at 1037 Boundary Drive, Suffolk, Virginia, and I'm in the Chuckatuck Borough. I was disheartened to see on my representative's page that she's being censured by a potential censor by this body here tonight. I was concerned because, number one of the charges was collaborating with her counterpart on city council. I have recalled hearing my discussions with members of this great city that there's been a disconnect between the two bodies. I was confused to see that was one of the charges against her. I was confused when I saw on the charges that she was seeking ideas from her counterparts in other cities. Wouldn't that be something that we would want to see what other cities are doing, and especially in this time of crisis? I was also confused when there was criticism on censor charges of her posting issues on Facebook. We, the citizens of Chuckatuck, voted for her based to bring transparency to our borough and representation. So I asked this body here today, why are they doing this? I believe that there should be discourse. It's okay to disagree, but to muzzle someone is inappropriate. It's unbecoming of a body. So I ask you all tonight to reject this censor and work together. Seek a mediator. Do whatever you have to do. As a former substitute teacher, I can tell you for the fact the students are watching. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Turner. Lorraine McGovern. Lorraine McGovern. Present. Judy Leah.
Good evening. My name is Judy Lair. I live at 5617 Wimbledon Court in Suffolk, Virginia. I'd like to thank y'all for allowing me the opportunity to speak with you on this important financial issue during such difficult times. In my view, Ms. Story has done nothing but attempt to be as transparent, as physically responsible in her position as a school board member. She is keeping us, the public, informed of the goings-on at Suffolk Public Schools. I would like to personally thank her for all of her efforts. I think she is a very strong person, and clearly she stands up for what she believes in. It seems to me the problem we are having once again is that we are not receiving answers to our questions as residents of Suffolk. Why? What is there to hide? I've sent several emails to Madam Chair and all board members, my most recent being last evening. I've yet to receive a response from the chair. I'm simply requesting clarification of the proposed $10,000 increase to the superintendent that's listed in the approved budget. Here are my questions for the record relative to the superintendent's increase in pay. Will his increase be taken away the following year? If not, that's a salary increase. Is his Suffolk Public School contribution to VRS based on the increased amount, or is it based on his current $180,000 salary? If his VRS contribution increases, again, that's a salary increase. Has anyone reached out to the Attorney General for a legal opinion on whether the attorney believes the increase is a salary increase or a cost of living increase? Can my elected official, David Mitnick, request an opinion from the Attorney General? I am interpreting the superintendent's contract, if I'm interpreting the superintendent's contract, Part 5.1 references his salary and states that it may be adjusted or increased by amendment for any subsequent fiscal year during the contract. Annual salary increases shall increase no less than the average increase for instructional personnel. Any adjustments made to the annual salary subsequent years shall be in writing and shall be in the form of an amendment or an addendum. This has not been done. I thank you again for allowing me this time.
Thank you, Ms. Lear. Troy Merrifield.
Members of the board and the administration, thank you for allowing me to speak this evening. I'm going to address the public censure of my school board representative, Mrs. Story. Where I went to university, the motto is light, more light. Those are the last words of Goethe, to which truth is light is the response. In reading the specific charges against Mrs. Story, it appears the board chair, with concurrence of the board attorney, is trying to keep we the voters and taxpayers in the dark about board business and other concerns that would benefit the light of public knowledge and discussion. Taxpayers deserve, and board members are commissioned, indeed required by their oaths of office, to be good stewards of our monies and inform the public what is being done to produce excellence in our students. This censure in word and measure is a mean-spirited attempt to silence my representative and in fact nullifies my vote and others who elected Mrs. Story. We knew who she was when we voted for her because she went door to door through all of our neighborhoods, and we are getting exactly what we voted for. Someone who is not afraid to go against the grain and takes her constituents' concerns seriously. Now I'd like to address some of the charges that the chair has enumerated. 1 and 2, no violation of anything in her post because all she did was inform her constituents that a specific topic was being discussed. She urged we, the people, to do our research and let our board members know our stance. Points 6 through 8, a major health and sanitation issue. Nobody should chastise her if students are wiping excrement on walls and she wants it fixed now. My wife and I have complained through regular surveys for years about stalls and even whole girls' bathrooms being closed at the middle and high schools with no action being taken to remedy nor response to our complaints. Restrooms even went for a very long time with stall doors removed. Points 19 and 20, the most ridiculous and mean-spirited charge. Why not contact the director of technology to solve a technology issue? The statement of facts says that she discussed the technical issue she was having with Zoom. Why waste the superintendent's valuable time by notifying him that you have an issue with a computer program? This charge is petty at best. Points 21 and 22, the policy manual specifically encourages, in quotes, board members to communicate with the superintendent. She contacted peers in other districts to see what they were doing with furloughs. Board members should always investigate, research, and communicate with others that are in the same situation. Taxpayers could have saved money. The furloughed employees could have made more money. That's a win-win for the district and employees. Furlough does not mean terminated. Now, if due to contractual requirements, it could have been easily addressed as such by the superintendent. It was not. In addition, the city and state have received less tax money due to the pandemic. I would expect our public servants to find every single dollar that they can as cost savings. This decision seems like it should have been decided by the board, not the superintendent. Points 30 through 33, a compensation adjustment of $10,000 with less than 1 year on a job without a performance review. All that needed to be explained was that the superintendent received the same COLA that all other full-time employees received, with the remainder to other compensation. Personally, I find this a distasteful shell game of how to give a highly compensated person a pay raise, but not call it a pay raise. In summary, is Mrs. Story a firebrand? Yeah, she is. Does she speak truth to power? Yeah, she does. This action is an effort to silence my representatives so that she will go along to get along. Silence is not needed from our representatives. Board members are to represent the thousands of constituents in their respective boroughs, much like Congress is to represent us at our national level. Mrs. Story asked these questions for the benefit of her constituents. By silencing her, you silence thousands. Ladies and gentlemen, which of you are elected to remain silent? No hands. I know many of us here tonight voted to have our voices heard. Lots of questions needing to be answered, yet this board silences. Light, more light.
Thank you, Mr. Merrifield. Next, we have Deborah Wallstrom.
Good evening. I would like to address the faulty censure of Sherry's story. I will continue to make the case, as others have, that the censure and corresponding vote are faulty. If any of the resolution items slapped on Sherry are faulty, the censure vote should be a no. Almost all of the arguments in the censure document are faulty, as they do not reflect what is true. I will share some examples. The censure states that Sherry violated the confidentiality of closed meeting discussions. No, she didn't. First of all, the topic of the rights of transgender students is not appropriate for a closed meeting, and the Freedom of Information Act affirms this. The real violation is that of the board chair for placing the items on the closed agenda in the first place. How can Sherry violate a violation? The censure document rejects Sherry's comments about a finance meeting that occurred but shouldn't have. The document states that she has no evidence, but she does. A simple call to Sherry would have confirmed this for you, but nobody called. There was a meeting that should not have occurred in the manner that it did. The censure document changes the wording of what Sherry shared on her Facebook page. The document cites Sherry for requesting that reports be sent to the school superintendent and/or designee regarding the condition of bathrooms at a school. It also cites that Sherry requested that she should be contacted regarding school bathrooms, and thus blames her for impeding day-to-day operations. Sherry actually stated that the staff may message her, not should, not must. She said may. It is deeply troubling that Sherry's words are misrepresented in the censure document. How do you censure Sherry of an item for which you actually changed the words? The censure document cites Sherry for indicating that polling of members was illegal and even suggests that she did not verify her information. This is not true. Sherry did verify what she was saying when the chair sent an email asking all members of the board to vote yes or no on an item. It was contrary to the Freedom of Information Act. School boards are not allowed to vote by email, because it brings your decision-making out of the public view. In light of transparency, Sherry questioned the board's lawyer, and he had to backtrack to call the email a poll. But the email asked for a vote. The vice chair was the first to respond with, "I vote yes." It is not legal to send a group email to get a response from school board members. Rather, the email must be sent to members individually. The poll should have been verified by the chairperson before the email was ever sent.
1-minute warning.
Sherry did nothing wrong. She asked the question about whether the poll given to board members was right, and it wasn't. How do you censure Sherry on an illegal action taken by the board chair? The censure document indicates that Sherry posted a statement on Facebook explaining that a paragraph went out to the board members as a group and would change the current policy and bypass all protocols for policy making. The censure document cites that Sherry did not verify her statement. The play on words used in the censure document is especially interesting. The document claims that the statement was not a change in school board policy, but in accordance with school board policy. The claim presented what Sherry said.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Wallstrom, but your time is up.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Wallstrom. Next, we'll have reports by the superintendent. Dr. Gordon.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. We have a lot of good news to share here, even during the pandemic and during our school closures. I'm going to ask our Community Engagement Officer, Ms. Antoinette Ward, to come to the podium. She's going to highlight events related to Suffolk Public Schools with ESPN Outside the Lines with a feature on Lakeland High School, the Superintendent Scholarship, our partnership with the Suffolk Education Foundation and the virtual annual Fundraiser Gala, our SPSStrong campaign, and the meal distribution update through the pandemic and through the summer. So, Ms. Ward?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Gordon. Good evening, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, of course, and members of the board. Tonight, we'll begin our presentation by recognizing the Lakeland High School basketball coach, Clint Wright Sr., and his son, Clint Wright Jr., for their interview with ESPN's Outside the Lines. So for those of you who may not be familiar with Outside the Lines, the show airs segments on critical issues in mostly American sports. Our very own LHS Cavalier joined ESPN correspondent Ryan Smith for a virtual interview to discuss the LHS basketball program and how their service to the community had a lasting impact on the team. Back in March, the team was mentioned in the Virginian pilot for handing out meals and gifts to children after schools were closed due to the coronavirus outbreak. These young men have truly demonstrated what real teamwork is all about. Coach Wright Sr. and Clint Wright Jr.'s virtual interview can be found on our Facebook page at Suffolk VA Public Schools, as well as on our SPS website. Next, we want to acknowledge 3 of our students from the graduating class of 2020 from Kings Fork, Lakeland, and Nansemond River, who received the very first Superintendent Scholarship. Coming on board as the Superintendent of Suffolk Public Schools, Dr. Gordon aimed to model the importance of giving back to our student community. For a total donation amount of $1,000, those graduates who had good academic standing, good behavioral and community standing, were involved in extracurricular activities, and demonstrated leadership qualities were selected. We now take this time to recognize the following students. Clint Wright Jr. from Lakeland High School. Simeon Guyton from Nansemond River. And we have Allie Tolson from Kings Fork.
Thank you, Dr. Gordon, for starting such a great investment in Suffolk Public Schools. We hope you will continue.
Yes, thank you.
Many of you are familiar with the Suffolk Education Foundation. So the mission of SCF is to support Suffolk Public Schools by connecting the community's talents and resources to expand educational opportunities for students and staff. On Wednesday, May 27th, the foundation held a virtual art gala. The video performances included talents in modern dance, pop and vocal guitar, praise songs, and many more. Participants included our elementary, middle, and high school students, as well as those from the Governor's School of the Arts. With a goal to raise $10,000, the Suffolk Education Foundation actually raised $6,443 to give back to the arts program in Suffolk Public Schools. The COVID-19 pandemic is touching every aspect of our lives, changing how we work, learn, and engage with our community. A crisis of this magnitude requires a comprehensive approach with people from all walks of life contributing in whatever way we can, which includes providing motivation and encouragement to our SPS family. Members of our superintendent's cabinet came together to remind our SPS community that this is a tough time for all, but the only way to get through it is together. The 30-second commercial clip was composed of snippets from our cabinet members taking a brief break from working from home to remind our community that we are all experiencing the stress and strain of the impact of the coronavirus, and that together we can help bring out the best in our community and in one another. The campaign also consisted of a customized Suffolk Public Schools Facebook frame and downloadable coloring pages for our students. And we've seen so many students, staff, and parents sharing these SPS Facebook frames, and we appreciate your participation in showing unity in our division. This is amongst one of several new social media campaigns coming from our community engagement department. And next month, we'll share highlights from our Remember When series in an effort to keep our community engaged during the summer months. To better service our SPS community and ensure that our students are receiving meals after the last day of school, our transportation team, in partnership with our Food and Nutrition Services Department, will continue distributing meals during the summer months. Monday, May 18th was the last day for daily meal distribution. Starting on Tuesday, May 19th, families began to receive meals for 7 days a week that were only distributed on Tuesdays and Thursdays. So on Tuesdays, families received 3-day meal packages, and on Thursdays, families received 4-day meal packages. And these meal packages contain breakfast, lunch, snack, and dinner. And recently, effective Thursday, June 4th, the distribution times were changed to adjust for new load times. So we do thank our transportation team and our food and nutrition department for hearing and listening to the needs of our school community and adjusting the routes. They've been working around the clock to ensure that meals are provided, and it's wonderful to know that the meals will continue throughout the summer months.
This does conclude the good news report for this evening, but before we move on, we would like to say a few words to someone who has been a tremendous asset to our administrative team here in Suffolk Public Schools. So, Dr. Gordon, I'll hand it back to you.
Thank you. And so we want to take a quick pause from the agenda because we are losing a very important person here in Suffolk Public Schools, as Dr. LaToya Harrison is going to be leaving us and traveling a little bit over to Chesapeake to serve as the new Chief Academic Officer. And you know, we honestly believe that this will be the next step in Dr. Harrison's journey, as she will be your superintendent very soon. You know, LaToya has served in so many roles for us. I remember when I first came on board, I think LaToya actually was Assistant Superintendent for Teaching and Learning, Director of Secondary Education, and Interim Superintendent all at the same time. And that just really tells you a lot about her talent. And she didn't know that this was happening today, but she also knew that I wasn't going to let her go without us having a formal goodbye for her. So, you know, we've had several conversations that she has done a tremendous job of setting up our transition plan. And these are very, very big shoes to fill. And I have counted on LaToya probably more than anyone else in this school division. During my first couple of months during my transition, she still helped me in closed sessions. She still helped me in my relationships of building those relationships with the board. And really her institutional knowledge is one of the things that's going to be tremendously missed. So, Dr. Harrison, we have a small token of our appreciation for you that I think Mr. Littlefield has over here in the corner. So I'm going to step away from the mic for a quick second and turn it over to the board for comments.
Yes, Dr. Gordon. I am personally going to miss this lady very much. She has one of the strongest work ethics. As Dr. Gordon just mentioned, she's served really in 3 positions for quite a while, and of course served as interim superintendent. She's a devoted employee. One of the things I've always liked about Dr. Harrison, LaToya, is that wonderful smile. Even in the most difficult situations, she always gives me that smile, and I've told her that over and over. And I often shared with Dr. Whitney before he left as superintendent that one of the best things he ever did for Suffolk Public Schools was when he hired this young lady from Charlotte, Mecklenburg, by way of Charlotte, Mecklenburg, to be director of the, or assistant superintendent of teaching and learning. She has taken us on a great journey. I know she has worked closely with Dr. Bird and especially with Ms. Connor, and it would have been impossible without all of you. But y'all have made a dynamic team, and you have made such contributions to Suffolk Public Schools. Like Dr. Gordon said, I hate to see you go. I've already told you this. I expect great things of you. And one day, maybe you could even be Secretary of Education for the United States. You have ideas where people think out of the box, and you are very creative, and I wish you Godspeed. I love you. Anyone else? Ms. Jenkins?
I just want to take the opportunity. You know how I feel about you. I think you are one of the superheroes of Suffolk Public Schools, and I really, really hate to see you leave, but you've prepared yourself so you can excel and not stay in one place, and I congratulate you for that. Please don't forget us. You know our phone numbers, so now that you're kind of going big time, don't forget the little people down here. We love you, and if you ever need us for anything, please, and I hope you continue to cry, because we want you to be sorry that you're leaving Suffolk Public Schools. God bless you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Dr. Harrison, we thank you so much for your dedication and for your support to Suffolk Public Schools. As Mrs. Jenkins said, and Mrs. Byram, your work ethic is phenomenal, and all that you have done for our students and your ideas, your hard work is definitely appreciated, and we're going to miss you, and we do love you.
Mr. Mitnick?
Yes, Dr. Harrison, I'd just like to say that I've always appreciated your candor and your honesty and the truth whenever I ask a question, and I so appreciated your response to me, and I'm sure to the other board members. You are a light in Suffolk Public Schools, and tomorrow Suffolk Public Schools will glow just a little bit dimmer, but come July 1st, Chesapeake Public Schools will be a whole lot brighter because of your presence. Thank you for all that you have done for us. I remember your very first board meeting, and you had to give a presentation, and you did it with eloquence and professionalism. And I thank you for that for every time.
Thank you so much.
Well, I'm going to try not to be long-winded again, but just can't help it when you're talking about great people. Dr. Harrison, I came to the board fresh from being a citizen, from being an employee, and you took your time to bring me up to speed. I appreciate it. I can count on you to be firm, fair, and consistent. I appreciate it. Your light will continue to shine here in Suffolk Public School, although you will be absent. Why? I'm glad you asked. Because the programs that you have in place, the staff that you have trained, the visions that you have inspired the others who work alongside you can't be eradicated. One thing I really admire about you is during the transition, sometimes that can go wrong when you have someone step up and then they have to step back down. And I watch you not to find fault, but I watch you and I learned from you. You stepped in when we needed you. You did what you had to do. You worked excellent beside our superintendent. And you all, along with the other staff, I won't leave anybody out, but it's about you right now. You all went above and beyond as a team. It was a perfect marriage. And I understand that you're being promoted. I'm sad to see you go. I wish you would change your mind and say, I'm going to stay. And I'll support you 100%. But I do want to say it's been a pleasure working with you, and I'm only one call away. All right, thank you.
Ms. Short?
I wish you the very, very, very best at Chesapeake. They're very lucky to get you. I think it's going to be a great fit. I think you will help their system become even better than it is. You certainly did a great job here for us. And, you know, you hear all these things, and they're all true. So thank you for being our interim. Appreciated all the hard work you did. But mostly look forward, go forward, and I think you're doing a great job there, but you're going to do a great job for them as well, and they're very lucky to get you. So I'm glad you accepted it in that. I think it's a great step for your career. Blessings.
Don't go anywhere. You know, I told you I threatened not to vote for the personnel report when your time came, and I threatened to refuse your resignation. I also threatened to call one of my friends who is on the Chesapeake School Board to say something to him about hiring you. All right? But you know what I think of you. And you know that I know three of us have worked with you for quite some time. And you have done a wonderful job. You came in and you were just a powerhouse. We were very concerned when we lost Mrs. Chavis, and you came in and you didn't miss a step. You came in, you moved in, you worked with our team, and you just, it was like, I don't know what's going on, but I love it. And everything just worked out so well. We were just so pleased to have you and so sorry to see you go, but we know you will do wonderful things. And we do look forward to seeing you as Secretary of Education someday, because we know you can do it. We know you can do it, and we'll do it well. So we just look forward to great things for you. And that energy will always be there. So thank you for what you did for us. And if we can ever do anything, I also look forward to seeing some of your writings. Okay, God bless you.
Dr. Harrison?
Oh, a bit speechless, to be honest. Trying not to cry, but you guys, I just want to thank you so much. This has been the journey of a lifetime. I have thoroughly enjoyed every moment of my time here in Suffolk Public Schools. We are a family here, and and so I never say goodbye because you will always be part of my family as I continue in my career, and I'm excited about this next step, but I'm certainly going to miss being here with this team and serving with Dr. Gordon, and I'm so excited about his vision for this division, and I know that Suffolk will continue to shine bright under his leadership. And I'm not saying goodbye because, like I said, I don't believe in goodbyes, but as I go on to this next step, I'm taking all of the love and support and encouragement that I've received over the years. I'm taking all of that with me because certainly every step along the way, every part of my journey has not been about me, but about all of the people who've supported me and helped me achieve everything I've been able to accomplish. No one accomplishes anything alone, so I give all the first attribution and credit to God, but also to my team and to the great people I've had an opportunity to serve with in my time here in Suffolk Public Schools. So I say kudos to them, and it's just been an honor to have a chance to serve with such great people. So thank you, and I don't know how I'm going to make it through the rest of this evening, but thank you very much for all of your kind words. I certainly appreciate it.
And I have one other thing, Dr. Harrison. Please let me know how Ava Grace is doing.
Yes.
I want to keep in touch. I know she is, but we will miss you. Next, we have Dr. Gordon, next on the item.
Yes, we want to give an overview of our already summer school presentation. We have been piloting this program with a small group of our teachers. We want to be able to expand it this summer as we wanted to take a hard look at an online instructional program for our K through 5 students. And so we're going to call up Ms. Pam Connor, our Director of Elementary Leadership, and the iReady team to do this presentation in order to really show everyone what we're thinking of for innovation for Suffolk Public Schools. So, Ms. Connor.
Good evening. Wow, thanks a lot for this one. Right after that, Madam Vice Chair, Dr. Gordon, school board members, it's an honor to stand before you and share with you, when we say goodbye to Dr. Harrison, there's one thing she always put first, and that's the children of Suffolk Public Schools. And it's been an honor working with her. And we're going to share with you how it's going to continue through the summer in our virtual LEAP program. So those of you know we've had LEAP for the last 5 years, Learning and Enrichment for Academic Progress. And as always, we want to put our children first, so we have creatively put together a virtual LEAP program. And as Dr. Gordon just shared, we're going to share with you how we're going to incorporate the iReady program into it. The elementary program will run July 6th through August the 6th. That's going to be Monday through Thursdays only. We're off on Fridays during the summer. And it is a 9 to 12 schedule. However, we will always have other things involved as well, not just the technology piece to this, but iReady will be sharing with you their platform. It's selected K through 5 students through all of our elementary schools, and they'll be monitored by the staff, and we hope to have a 1-to-15 ratio. The curriculum itself will be a virtual platform focused on literacy and numeracy for our students. Today we spent many, many hours stuffing some STEM packages that our science department put together, so we're going to be doing experiments, read-alouds, and really embed a lot of other things into it. But the number one platform is the iReady support that we're going to be getting from the company you're hearing about tonight. Each child in grades K through 5 will receive a device. They're getting a Chromebook next week. They're coming to John F. Kennedy Middle School, excited to be able to take home a Chromebook, that of which they'll be able to use in the fall. And we're targeting the support by the schools. Tonight I'm here to introduce to you our team. Dr. Shanique Smith is the representative, and with her she's brought Skip Hackwood. After she finishes, we have 2 of our finest teachers here. Keisha Thomas is a kindergarten teacher at Northern Shores who's been using the program in the spring, as well as Darlene Parham, who is a 4th grade teacher, and they're going to give a little testimony based on the information and the support they've gotten from iReady. So Dr. Smith, I'll turn this over to you and let you go forward with sharing what the school students will be receiving this summer.
Thank you, Ms. Collins.
So good evening. My name is Shanique Min-Smith, and I'm the Virginia Educational Sales Consultant. I'd like to thank you for having me and my colleague Skip Hackworth to just speak with you a little bit more about the iReady program. You should have packets with additional information for your review at a later time, but I guess I'll just start with talking about what iReady is. So iReady is a blended program for reading and mathematics. And what it does is it seamlessly connects assessment data to instruction. Our assessment consists of multiple parts. We have a diagnostic that's for grades K through 12. We have a dyslexia screener. It has an oral reading fluency assessment. We have a standards mastery assessment, which allows teachers to assign SOL-aligned assessment items. And we also have the growth monitoring assessment, which allows educators to be able to assign assessments in between the diagnostic. Each of those data points connects seamlessly to what we call the iReady Learning, which is our second component. And our iReady Learning consists of personalized instruction, learning games, a teacher toolbox, tools for instruction, and at-home resources. Now I'm going to start with the diagnostic because traditionally the diagnostic is the key driver that connects the data to personalized learning. The diagnostic is one assessment for both math and reading. It's an adaptive assessment, meaning that it adapts based on students' responses to pinpoint exactly where students are on a K-12 spectrum. The math diagnostic is available in Spanish, and the assessment has thousands of technology-enhanced assessment items along with equity features. The diagnostic demonstrates a strong correlation to state assessments and is approved by the Virginia Department of Education. And once students complete the diagnostic, educators get easy-to-read reports that provide insightful information from the division and school level down to the teacher level. The teacher level report provides grade level placement based on a criterion reference score for an overall class or group, as you see there on the far left. Also provides placement levels based off of the skill, and then it also gives placement levels for an individual student. In addition, this report provides information such as norm data, lexile and quantiles, and individualized growth measures for every student. Now, if we take a closer look at the student scores, you'll notice that though many of the students are in 5th grade and performing one grade level below, one student in particular, Danielle Baker, you'll notice that she actually has some different needs. If we look underneath the column, which is represented by phonics and informational text, you'll notice that she's actually performing 3 grade levels below, which is highlighted in red. So this information kind of gives educators insight as to why students are performing below level. So within that same report, teachers can also access additional information. They can compare that information to what students know, as well as what they are ready to learn next. And then it also provides recommended instructional resources. Now, these recommended resources provide a flexibility in instruction delivery because it also provides digital as well as print resources for educators.
I'll start with the digital resource, which is that automated personalized instruction, where based off of that diagnostic data, students can engage in a learning path that's personalized for them. These digital lessons provide upfront, explicit instruction, followed by guided practice opportunities, and then a check for understanding. Now, there is an option to bypass the diagnostic, particularly for summer school, considering the unique circumstances based off of the COVID-19. And so teachers are able to assign lessons. Okay, so we have the option for the personalized lessons, and then also where teachers can assign lessons based off of your district scope and sequence, or teachers' needs. These lessons also can provide data to families, as parents can see how their students are progressing on these digital lessons. Our digital lessons promote engagement and access through culturally responsive content, as we want all learners to be able to see themselves within the lessons. We also provide authentic examples, content support, and audio and visual supports. We want to support all learners, so this example of a math lesson shows how our lessons support academic language development that makes the instruction accessible for all students, especially our L students. Here's an example of our K-2 lessons. They also support that academic language development. iReady also puts all of our print resources into a teacher toolbox, which is a digital filing cabinet of resources to support math, reading, and writing instruction that are all connected to data and most importantly correlated to the Virginia Standards of Learning. These resources can be printed as packets or uploaded into a learning management system. For students who need additional support with fact fluency, we have math learning games that not only measure skill progress, but also each student's what we call factors of learning, which provide insightful information about a student's confidence level, their growth mindset, their productive regulation, and strategy. We also have a dedicated website for families to support learning at home. On this site, we have videos that provide an overview of the iReady tool. We have resources for parents and families to utilize to keep their students engaged in their learning. We have family guides as well as technical support. So how does this seamless connection make an impact on student achievement? Here is our research, which shows iReady is an evidence-based as defined by the ESSA standards. Our research team found that students using iReady personalized instruction experience substantial learning gains in both reading and math. Now, as I end my portion of the presentation, I want to conclude with 3 things for you to think about. And we call them the 3 stretch actions for back to school. And as we respond to the extended school closures and prepare for back to school, there are 3 things that, we want to consider. And that is, first, sizing the achievement closure gap and identify those academic needs. Embed learning progression strategies as part of the grade level instruction. And then also scenario plan for multi-reentry models. So in addition to serving as a summer learning program, I do want you to know as you plan for back to school that iReady does provide that data to help you size the academic gaps by analyzing data based off of historic learning loss and the estimated closure impact. iReady also provides data at the demographic level to be able to support you with creating a strategy plan to balance that on grade level instruction along with addressing those prerequisite skills. And then most importantly, being able to provide flexibility in instructional delivery that's all connected to insightful data.
as educators in SPS can have access to teacher-led resources through the use of iReady, digital programs at school resources, at home resources, personalized instruction, and printed programs. That is all in one proven system. So again, I'd like to thank you for your time this evening. We are here to partner with you, and our goal is to service Suffolk Public Schools. As I turn the presentation over to Ms. Thomas, I'd like to leave you with a quote from one of our partners about our level of service and reporting.
Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, Dr. Gordon, school board members, guests, I am Keisha Thomas, a kindergarten teacher at Northern Shores Elementary. I want to let you all know that the iReady program was a hit with my kindergartners. How do I know it was a hit? I had parents who were contacting me even before the assignments were due, asking for their kids to have more work. They wanted more. When a 5 or a 6-year-old student asks for more, that means that it's wonderful. They're engaged, they're having fun. I had iReady assignments that were due on a day before I had a Zoom session with my kids. And when we were in the session, one of my students raised her hand. Now, if a 5-year-old, a kindergartner raises their hand, you never know what they may say. And I was very pleased to hear her say, Mrs. Thomas, can you send me more iReady games? And I told her, as soon as this Zoom session is over, I will gladly do that, because that confirmed my thoughts that the program is good for our kids. When assigning the lessons, it gives me the opportunity to see and actually play the learning games that I'm assigning, and I'm able to determine if they're too easy, if they're on their level, or if they're too challenging. I know my students, I know their strengths, I know their weaknesses, and I can determine what they need. The program allowed for differentiation. We're able to personalize those instructions by lessons. So the lessons range for us from emerging K, mid-K, late K, and we even had to assign some early and mid-first grade lessons. We're able to monitor the students' progress and assign more or less challenging work as needed. I was able to monitor their growth mindset. So do the students persist even after they lose a game? And their self-regulation. Do they stay focused during the gameplay? The parents felt that the program was interactive. They said it was helpful. They were able to see growth. Their kids love to see the results when they win a game. And the kids are playing games, learning, and having fun all at the same time. So they are enjoying exactly what they're doing. A huge shout out to our parents, because at the elementary level, we didn't have the one-to-one device, but our parents committed to the online instruction and to the iReady program, so kudos to them. With the pilot program, we didn't have the diagnostic piece, but as I stated, I enjoyed playing the games myself to see what I was assigning to the students to determine their needs, and I can just tell you that the kids loved it. So thank you for the opportunity to share my thoughts on the iReady program. In my opinion, it is an awesome instructional tool.
Thank you so much for that.
Ms. Thomas really said it all. I'm Mrs. Parham. I'm a 4th grade teacher at Northern Shores Elementary School. I had kind of a unique experience with it because I used it with my students, but my grandchildren were also using it with their schools. They attend Florence Bowser, so I got to see both sides of it. As a teacher, it was the children, again, would come and you go to Zoom meetings and you say, okay, how many are on iReady? Their hands are instantly flying up. First thing they want to do, did you try this? Did you do this lesson yet? Did you do that? And when you just see that excitement in their faces, it's just for a teacher to see that they are enjoying learning. It was so special because, and when you ask them, well, how do you like this compared to this? All of them, iReady. I mean, so they're just, like I said, their excitement. At seeing it from the other side, my grandson in particular, he's a special needs student. He has a specific learning disability in math. He's autistic. When we sit down, we say, okay, it's time to do work. He goes, can I do iReady first? I mean, he would be so engaged in the lessons. And when you're talking about the math games, again, math is his weakness. When you see him wanting to play these games over and over and over, and when he does have computer time, he's not asking to play the other computer games. He said, well, can I go on iReady? So, I mean, just the excitement and knowing that he wants to learn. As a grandmother that's a teacher, that means a lot. My students are, again, like as Ms. Thomas was saying, when we go on our Zoom lessons, they're like, well, what happened? Because I always put on Sunday night, I add my new lessons. One Sunday night, I got busy and wasn't able to. First thing Monday morning, well, where are the lessons? There's nothing new. The students look forward to it. The parents instantly were sending me messages. We love this new program. Some of my parents, when we ended school, the virtual learning, first thing that they wanted to know, how much longer are we going to have this? You know, how much longer can our kids still use this? And they were excited to see that there were still a few more weeks that they were going to have access to this. So as a teacher and, again, as a grandparent who used it with her grandchildren, I really enjoyed the program, and the children did too. Thank you.
Madam Chair, first of all, we want to thank the iReady team and our two teachers from Northern Shores for being here. We also have the principal of Northern Shores here, Ms. White, who's come out here just to support her staff. And if you all remember, during our Meet the Superintendent series, one of the main things I spoke about was developing individualized learning plans for our kids based on their ability. And when I was originally talking about that, it was really to challenge our teachers to really get to know and understand how our kids work. And we were really lucky when I met Dr. Smith at a conference, and we began to have some conversations about individualized learning plans. And she says, we have a program that can do that. And so we actually set up a meeting later on that week, and then she actually came to Suffolk, and we had some additional conversations, and then I had a conversation with Dr. Harrison and basically left it up to the instructional and teaching and learning team. And I'm thrilled to hear that the teachers were loving that, and the students were loving it, because if we can get kids excited about math, I mean, we really know this is going to be the way that we're going to bring a better sense of equity to our school division, and we're going to be serious about closing some of the same achievement gaps that we've had for 7 to 8 years. So I just wanted to add a little narrative to that before I open it up to the board to ask any questions of the teachers from Northern Shores, Ms. Connor, Dr. Harrison, or the iReady team.
First of all, just hearing from teachers firsthand, you know, how you have used this program, it sounds like to me it's very exciting to the students. And I was a former teacher, not an elementary teacher, but a high school teacher. I wish I had had something like that that would motivate and inspire and make the kids really, you know, excited. I think this is a wonderful idea. I can only applaud you, you know, and I know this was a pilot, but I hope this will work well with LEAP, Ms. Connor, this summer. And, you know, I think it is an idea that has come right at the right time. Anyone else? Any other comments? Dr. Buck?
My question was going to be, I was waiting to hear from the somebody talk about how the children with disabilities responded to the program, so I was really glad to hear you say that your grandson really enjoyed the program and working with it, because we're trying to make sure that we have programs that appeal to all the children and are good with children who have disabilities, because it's very hard to find technology that we can use across the board with that population. So I'm really glad to hear that.
When I am an inclusion teacher,
Absolutely.
and I can tell you that one of my inclusion students has logged over 9 hours in reading.
Great.
And that's just reading.
Great. That's great to hear. Thank you. I'm glad that works.
I just want to say I appreciate you for coming and giving the presentation. It was wonderful. And also, I mean, the proof is in the pudding. We had a pilot and we have it firsthand. We have facts from the teachers. It's not hearsay. We have facts, so we know that the program works. And just like Dr. Buck and our chair said, anything to get our students excited about learning, that's what we need to do. No matter what school division it is, that's our purpose, is to teach our children so they can go out and be productive. And I thank you and I appreciate you.
Anyone else? Okay, Dr. Gordon?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to give a SPS response plan update. First, I'd like to open up the report from the superintendent by saying thank you and a job well done to all of our students and parents. You did it. In a short period of time, you adjusted to our new normal and our new learning model that allowed us to successfully close out the 2019-2020 school year. I want to be clear that nothing can replace the traditional classroom setting that we have all been used to in Suffolk Public Schools for generations. I also have to be clear that returning to our traditional model is something that has no start date. However, we will continue to be innovative and proactive as we plan for the fall 2020 semester. Now, tomorrow is the last day for our school community to give us feedback on their experiences from the Mastery and Virtual SPS learning plans in our Continuity of Learning survey. I am so proud of how quickly the instructional team, led by Dr. Harrison, developed this plan of action and how adjustments were made to better fit the needs of our students. We will use that feedback along with information that we will gather from our SPS Fall Planning Survey in order to finalize our plans for the start of the 2020-2021 school year. The SPS Fall Planning Survey will be released to our parents and guardians the week of June 22nd, 2020 through June 26, 2020. I'll be discussing this information in greater detail during our Facebook Live session with the superintendent tomorrow, June 12th at 2:00 p.m. Please continue to send in your questions so that you can hear firsthand from me and not any other source our plans for your students and our staff in Suffolk Public Schools. I also want to let our school community know that we are here to serve you, but that we must continue to follow the safety guidelines that have been put into place by the Commonwealth of Virginia. Any visitors that enter our schools must wear a mask. We have set up electronic forms of communication within our buildings, and our office staff understands proper social distancing protocols. Please respect these guidelines so that we can keep everyone safe. Starting Monday, June 15th, Suffolk Public Schools will enter into their summer work schedule. The school administrative office will be open for communication by telephone Monday through Thursday from 7:30 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. The school administrative office will be open to the public for meetings by appointment only on Mondays and Thursdays. Our elementary, middle, and high schools will be open Mondays through Thursday, again from 7:30 to 5:30 p.m. Our schools are open for appointments only related to new enrollments, kindergarten registrations, Chromebook replacement and repair, and Khajiit device pickups or replacements, and schedule changes, just to name a few. Again, I want to reiterate the importance of safety during visits to our buildings. As a reminder, as Ms. Connor mentioned earlier, our virtual SPS summer begins on July 6th and ends on August 6th. Virtual SPS summer will be from 9 a.m. to 12:00 p.m. Monday through Thursday. We will expand our pilot that the board just heard about for our elementary students and continue with Edgenuity for our secondary students. I also need to take the time to thank our Budget and Finance Department, who did not miss a beat with payroll, RFPs, bill collection, and the operations of SPS. Thank you to our Food Services and Transportation Department for taking care of our families and making sure that no students in Suffolk Public Schools go hungry during this time. I actually received an email today from the board, from Dr. Whiting, that we served 241,000 total meals since March. Yes, thank you, thank you. Also, thank you to our custodial crews and maintenance department staff that's been working to improve our facilities. We have gotten an early start on our summer facility plan, and I know our school communities will be excited to see the building improvements in the fall. Thank you to Mr. Littlefield and our technology department who have supported us in developing electronic and virtual plans, meeting plans, in order for our school division to continue to operate. I do not know what I would do without John Littlefield. I also want to thank our Human Resources Department for being innovative in conducting job fairs, interviews, and completing the talent acquisition cycle for Suffolk Public Schools. The work from Dr. Brennan and his team to fill our vacancies is above and beyond the call of duty. Thank you to Dr. Rice and the Student Support Services team for being flexible in meeting the needs of our families and assisting us in following proper safety guidelines. And thank you to Dr. Lee, Ms. Connor, and our principals for displaying the true characteristics of leadership during these uncharted waters. We have such strong leaders in SPS, and good leaders rise to the top in a crisis. You saw examples of some of the great ideas from Ms. Antoinette Ward and the community engagement team with our SPS Frames and our SPSStrong campaign. More to come next month with our Remember When. Finally, thank you to our teachers. All of you have heard me say that I feel we have some of the best teachers in the world. You have proven this with your dedication to our students and the importance of building relationships with our families. A job well done. Now, as we look forward toward the fall of 2020, I want to share with our school community that the instructional model that is currently being finalized will not look like the instructional model that was used for Mastery and Virtual SPS. We are going to build on those plans to better fit the needs of our students and staff. With the implementation of Canvas as our learning management system, free from the state, we will collaborate to include iReady, Edgenuity, and Google Classroom to create a comprehensive learning experience for our students that is also practical in application. This is where the feedback that we receive from our surveys and the data from our virtual SPS summer model will help shape the fall learning plan. We will also have some discussions with students to make sure that we have not missed anything from the student perspective. I also want to reiterate that any blending learning model that includes time that our students are not in school does not compare to the traditional instructional setting. However, we are in the process of developing a sustainable plan that can also be used for extended school closures due to inclement weather and a long-term look at virtual learning days. Dr. Rice is leading our Fall 2020 Learning Plan Task Force that includes school administrative office staff, building administrators, teachers, and parents. This is the level of innovation that is needed in Suffolk Public Schools. As the guidance from the Virginia Department of Education details the phase-in approach to the reopening of schools, I note that the plan that we are putting in place will work for the Suffolk Public School community. Lastly, I must take the time to mention the current state of our nation and the racial tension that exists within our city, the Commonwealth of Virginia, and the country. As a black man in America, I know how so many people feel. There is a strong sense of anger, betrayal, and the need for immediate action. Suffolk Public Schools is not immune to this. Many of you have heard me talk about the need for equity, the need to eliminate implicit bias, and the need to ensure that all of our students learn in an atmosphere of love, compassion, and support. These are the components that will help us eliminate desegregation orders, disproportionality in discipline, disproportionality in special education, and achievement gaps for people of color. I do not believe in lip service. I believe in using my platform as your superintendent to address the topics that sometimes may make people uncomfortable. There is no place for racism in Suffolk Public Schools, and this includes people of color being racist as well. Racism is racism. The only way to stop this negative type of behavior is to treat everyone with respect. Regardless of the color of their skin, what neighborhood they live in, or how much money their family has, they are all students in Suffolk Public Schools. In order for this to happen, we must first admit that there is a problem. Then we can work on the solutions that keep kids first. If you look at this from the lens of a student, and I need you all to think about this, they have already had their lives disrupted by the coronavirus, and now there is civil unrest. We must ask ourselves, do our kids feel safe? It is our job to make sure that this answer is yes. Please support our students and our staff as we work through this together. Leave the politics out of this, and instead take a hard look at the end result of what happens when we do not love each other. Suffolk Public Schools is a place of inclusion, an institution of developing our future, and more importantly, a place where our people will feel welcome, treated with dignity, and celebrated for its diversity. This is the cornerstone in building the best SPS. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Next, we have Suffolk Public Schools Success Program.
Yes, ma'am. I'm going to call Dr. Harrison to the podium to talk about some adjustments that we're going to make with formerly the Excel program based on instructional data, behavioral data, subjective data that came from conversations with staff and the administrators. So, Dr. Harrison?
Thank you, Dr. Gordon. Good evening again, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, school board members, and Dr. Gordon. It's my pleasure to come before you this evening to share an update on formerly the Excel Academy and now the SPS Success Program. The mission of the program this past year and moving forward is to provide personalized learning designed to accelerate the learning and achievement of students who have not met success in a traditional classroom. And before I continue, I want to just pause and just express my gratitude to Dr. Van Hosen and the teachers who have done a phenomenal job helping us spearhead and pilot a brand new program. It takes a lot of work and effort to be pioneers of something that is new. And so I do want to just take a moment to acknowledge them for the tremendous work that they've done this year. So just to share a little bit of the distinctives of the program, as it was designed, the intent was for it to be a program and not a school, so it's not a separate school, but a program with a low student-to-teacher ratio. The program currently, this past year, serves students in grades 5 and 6. Transportation was provided as the program was located at John Yates Middle School. And teachers received specialized training and professional development from our curriculum team, and also participated in some training outside of the division. There was an emphasis on personalized learning. And in terms of the teaching positions for the program, there were 3 specialists or 3 teacher positions and 1 TA position for the program. In terms of the enrollment process, oops, skipped a page there, my apologies. The instructional model for the program, there was really a focus on reading and math and really ensuring that our students develop a strong foundation in literacy and mathematics skills. And so we really focused a lot more on integration of science and social studies and more of the cross-curricular integration of content within the program. So students spent a good chunk of their day in literacy and math instruction with other content being integrated. We focused on a competency-based progression with continuous monitoring of progress toward goals. Teachers maintained portfolios for every student, and they did a lot of data collection to chart the progress of individual students along a continuum of skills. There was robust technology incorporated into the program to really enhance the personalization of the support that was being provided, and then, of course, differentiated instruction and flexible grouping of students. In terms of the enrollment process, students were identified initially by principals to determine, they reviewed data to look to see which students might be in need of a program like this. And honestly, the initial part of the process was that they would actually get pre-approval from the directors before submitting an application. So there was a lot of discussion and review of data and factors to just make sure that this was going to be a good fit for the students. So we reviewed everything from SOL data to STAR data, PALS data, number of retentions, report card grades, attendance, et cetera. And we had an SAO admissions committee that consisted of the directors of elementary and secondary leadership, the director of special education. We had our supervisor of math and English who also participated, and of course I participated on that committee as well. And 28 students were enrolled in the program last school year, or this school year. In terms of some positives that we saw from the program, we saw that, some of the students actually made some significant gains up through the time of school closure, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in just a moment. We used different data sources, but primarily we focused a lot on looking at growth, because particularly because these students were starting from so far behind and so significantly below grade level in some cases. And so we wanted to kind of see what type of growth they were making in the program. And so 75% of the students with sufficient data met growth expectations. And we use in Suffolk for the STAR assessment a threshold of 40 SGP. And just to kind of step back for a moment and explain what that means, that's a student growth percentile that's utilized in the STAR assessment that measures the performance of students in terms of their growth compared to growth of peers at the same grade level. So looking at fifth graders' growth compared to fifth graders nationwide. And so based on that, those students who met those growth expectations would have exceeded that 40 SGP, which is the standard that we have set for the entire division. So that said, we also had 4 students who had a reading SGP of 90 or above, which is really phenomenal, honestly, in terms of growth. Now, it doesn't mean that they are at grade level expectations by the end of the year, because if they were starting at a second grade reading level, they may have progressed to, 4th grade reading level, but it's progress. And so one of the things that we're really focusing in on is making sure that these students are making more than a year's worth of progress in a year's time, because the only way students who are behind will ever catch up is to increase the growth each year and making sure that growth is more than a year's growth in a year's time. We also, for math, saw that 62% of the students with sufficient data met the math growth expectations. 29% exceeded those expectations. So to share some of the more anecdotal positives, we saw that the teachers developed really strong relationships and rapport with the students. The program, they felt, helped students develop more confidence and increase their engagement in learning. They saw a lot of improvement from the time that they started till the time that up until the time of school closures in terms of how students engaged when they were in the classroom. Teachers were able to uncover students' deficits and really were able to pinpoint exactly what skills they needed support with. So again, that sort of personalization of the learning. There was a supportive, creative, and collaborative teaching team. The 2 teachers that were selected, along with there was a special education teacher that was also assigned to the program for this past school year, but they all worked very, very well and collaboratively as a team. The students also received additional SEL supports, and those were provided, social emotional learning supports, and those were provided through weekly guidance groups, and then some of the students received therapeutic day treatment services as well. In terms of supports that were provided, I give a huge shout out to the instructional team. We had instructional supervisors and specialists that were very hands-on with the program, particularly last summer when we were getting it off the ground. And then throughout the school year, they continued to provide support with resources, lesson plan support, hands-on activities, manipulatives for small group instruction. I'll even say, just to share one anecdote, one of our supervisors actually would even, if the teachers needed support on the weekends, actually would go out and plan with teachers on the weekends just to provide that additional support. Again, with a new program and just getting things started and ramped up for the first time, we tried to be very hands-on. There were vertical achievement records created to monitor competency-based progression of priority skills, and those were used for monitoring of student progress toward goals. We conducted walkthroughs, provided feedback and support. We had our behavior specialists go out a few times and provide some support with behavior interventions. We provided specialized furniture. So one of the things in the beginning that the teachers identified as a need or an interest, particularly with the students that were assigned to the program, was wanting to create a very warm classroom environment, a very welcoming environment. They wanted it to be kind of home away from home for students. And so we invested in some flexible seating and also provided the interactive whiteboards and made some modifications to the physical space to really make sure that it was welcoming and conducive to learning. We provided a new structured literacy program, SIPS reading program for Excel, as well as additional instructional technology. So iReady, you heard from the representatives here. We were able to get that started. It was a little later in the year, but we did see the need as we continued with the program, a need for an increase in instructional technology. And fortunately, with the connection with iReady and making that connection, they were able to offer it to us at no cost to pilot it this past semester. So that was a great benefit for the program, as well as some additional professional development in literacy. Now, in terms of challenges, we certainly also experienced a lot of challenges this year with the program as well, and I want to take a moment to highlight some of those challenges. There were certainly some significant challenges with attendance this year. We had a significant number of students that missed more than 10% of the school year. Some missed significantly more than 10%, and this is up through the time of school closure. So we recognize there's a need to make some changes for next year to try to address that concern. We had, unfortunately, a very high referral and suspension rate, which contributed to the high absences. There were some challenges with scheduling and engaging students in the broader school community. Primarily, the students were with their Excel teachers for the majority of the day. They had lunch and resource with their middle school peers, but as the year went on, we recognized a need for them to have more interaction with their peers in the broader school community, and some changes were made to the schedule to allow for that increased engagement. Class size and having students together all day was a challenge with discipline and maintaining focus, and that's kind of speaks to the point I was making just a moment ago, that we felt like there was a need for students to have more interaction with peers outside of just the peers in their classroom. Academic gains were inconsistent, so while we did see growth with many of the students, with the attendance challenges, data collection was very difficult when students were not in school, and getting good measures of pre and post data was really difficult in some cases. So again, while there were gains, there were also challenges gathering the data that we needed due to attendance challenges. And then some difficulty engaging students after school closure. So one of the things we found is that even though the students have had devices, there have been some challenges maintaining the engagement in school once schools have closed. And obviously the teachers are they've been working above and beyond, making contact and phone calls and emails and so forth. But that has been a challenge, and is something that we're looking to find some creative solutions to addressing that for next school year, particularly if we end up continuing with some form of virtual learning. We certainly need some more strategies for engaging students in virtual learning. And I will say one of the strategies we did use was, instead of using Edgenuity for this group of students, particularly the sixth graders, we continued them on iReady because of a lot of the engaging features that are built into the platform, but we're still looking to incorporate some additional resources for next year to assist with that. So on this next slide, I've highlighted the challenges, but I wanted you to also kind of see here visually how the challenges correspond to some of the next steps that we are proposing for the coming school year. So with the attendance challenge, one of the things that we realized was, having the program located at John Yates, while it was ideal to have them all have the program in one location last year due to the staffing model and so forth, and also piloting it, it was certainly a challenge for some of our students, as most of them were zoned for Kings Fork or John F. Kennedy Middle School. So relocating the program next year to JFK is something that we are proposing for the coming school year, as this will decrease the amount of time that students have to spend on the school bus each day, and I think will allow for hopefully some improvements with attendance and also with family engagement. In terms of the high referral and suspension rates, which again contributed to the high absences, one of the things that we are proposing for the coming school year is to take one of the positions, so one of the teaching positions, and convert that to a behavior support specialist position, so that we can have someone that has specialized training and supporting students with behavior challenges, or who just may need some additional support with strategies that will help them engage in school more effectively. And so we believe this position will really help provide some additional SEL supports that may be needed. In terms of the challenge with scheduling, we are looking at more personalized approach to scheduling for the coming school year. So certainly most of the students will be scheduled into reading and math with the Excel teacher, and also literacy foundation support teacher for language arts. But we are planning to schedule them into science and social studies with their middle school age peers. And so we believe that will be a more effective approach in terms of scheduling for the coming school year. And then in terms of the academic gains and the inconsistencies there, we're proposing an increase in literacy support for the program. And so pairing the program, putting it at these two schools where they have 2 FTEs of literacy support for the coming school year, so 2 full-time teachers who work in those schools already providing additional literacy support. And so those positions will be paired with the program so that we can provide even smaller groups for language arts for the coming school year. And then in terms of some of the parent engagement challenges, we are planning to assign school social workers to provide additional wraparound supports to families. And we believe those supports will help, students and families with challenges that they may face outside of school that may be barriers to learning within the classroom. And with that, we are proposing a rebranding of the program as the SPS Success Program for the coming year. And I've just highlighted many of the things I've already shared on this particular slide, so I won't go through each point. But again, just to say that while I think the students made some really they made some gains and we saw some improvements, there were also some challenges, I think, that really warrant changes as we move forward for the coming school year with having the program located at these two schools where there are some other supports that are embedded. And the plan, just so that I'm clear on this part, we are planning to have no more than 15 students assigned to each school in the Excel program, which will serve next school year students in grade 6. And those students will receive the full benefit of the program. However, we are looking at students who did not complete the program this year due to the school closures. We're recommending that those students continue in the program, not necessarily receiving instruction from the teachers, but receiving wraparound supports through the behavior support specialist and some additional benefits from being either at JFK or Kings Fork Middle, where they have those literacy support foundation classes. So we believe they may not need the full program, but might still need some of those wraparound support. So we are recommending that those students also, if they're not, most of them are already zoned for JFK and Kings Fork. So as they are in those schools, they will benefit from those supports that are already embedded there. And I think that pretty much covers the information that I wanted to share with you, and now I want to pause and open it up for any questions that you might have.
Comments, anyone? I just want to highlight what you said. This has been sort of a learning experience, and this is what we gained from looking at this year. And this year was a difficult year to begin with, but I think we've learned a lot that we can apply probably to increase this program's function. And I think those wraparound services to those kids that did not finish will be the key to helping them to achieve.
Honestly, I think that was the greatest lesson, to be honest, was the need for increased wraparound supports and
Right.
the additional behavior supports for the coming year.
Right. Anyone else? Okay, Dr. Gordon? Thank you, Dr. Harrison.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Harrison. Last under the reports from the superintendent are the calendar of special events. Again, our June Facebook Live session with the superintendent is tomorrow at 2:00 p.m. Ms. Pam Workman is still working diligently as we're gathering questions for that. We'll probably be live for about 30 to 45 minutes. We will not have a Facebook Live for the month of July because we really want to be able to take some time to disaggregate some of the information and data that we're getting from our surveys and really planning for our school board meeting. We will come back in August, however, just to kind of reiterate our fall learning plan. Once again, SPS begins our summer hour schedule that I mentioned earlier in my responses, 7:30 to 5:30 p.m. Monday through Thursdays. We'll be on the 4-day work week. Just as a reminder to our constituents, the Suffolk City Council meeting is June 17th. Our graduations, our virtual graduations will be airing on June 20th. Nassau River High School will go live at 9, Lakeland at 12, and Kings Fork High School at 3 on the Suffolk Public Schools YouTube channel. You can watch them over and over again. Dr. Lee actually brought to me the samples of the programs that will be going out to our seniors next week. They are fantastic. Can't wait to get the reactions from the class of 2020 for that. Also, as a reminder, the Independence Day holiday, even though the holiday is officially July 4th, Suffolk Public Schools is actually going to close on the 2nd and 3rd and will reopen on the 6th to give our staff a long weekend in order to be able to celebrate Independence Day. And our next Suffolk Public Schools board meeting, Madam Chair, will be July 9th. Thank you.
Next, we have the consent agenda. If you'll look at that, please. This is an action item.
Madam Chair, I move that we accept the consent agenda as written.
Second.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Mitnick?
Yes.
Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Story?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Vice Chair Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Board Chair Byram?
Yes.
Motion carried.
Next, we move to unfinished business, and the first item is the school board meeting minutes from April 9th, 2020, revision. There were some changes, footnotes, etc.
Madam Chair, can I speak to the footnotes, please?
Yes, Ms. Story.
It says the school board did not vote to allow board members Mitnick and Story to participate via electronic communication means due to a medical condition. I don't have a medical condition. It was due to COVID-19 until the opening of the public meeting at 6. So I don't have any medical condition. So the reason, I don't know what the reason was, but it wasn't due to a medical condition. I don't have a medical condition. It happened to do with COVID maybe, but
With that adjustment, can we accept those minutes since it is June? I can make that motion. Madam Chair, I move that we accept the minutes changing a medical condition to COVID-19.
Is there a second?
Second.
Board members, please vote. Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Member Mitnick?
Yes.
Member Mayo?
Yes.
Member Story?
yes.
Member Riddick?
Yes.
Vice Chair Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Board Chair Byram?
Yes.
Motion carried.
Next, we have ordinance 19/20-66, amending Chapter 3, Article 1, Section 3-1.5, entitled Administrative Organizational Plan of the Policies of the Suffolk School Board. This is the second reading. This is an action item.
Madam Chair, I move that we accept the amended ordinance 19-20-66.
Second?
Second.
Board members, please vote. Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Member Mitnick?
Yes.
Member Mayo?
Yes.
Member Story?
Yes.
Member Riddick?
Yes.
Vice Chair Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Board Chair Byram?
Yes.
Motion carried.
Next, we have ordinance 19/20-67, amending Chapter 2, Article 2, Section 2-3.2, entitled Regular Meetings, Open Meeting Requirement, Notice of Meetings, Agenda Packets Made Available, Placement of Items on the Agenda, Recording of Meetings Permitted, Special Meetings, Quorum, Minutes of the Policies of the Suffolk School Board. This is second reading.
Madam Chair, I move that we accept the ordinance as amended. Ordinance 19/20-67.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion.
Yes, Mr. Riddick?
Madam Chair, I just have one discrepancy that I see in this, and that's in sub-item E, where it says that the chair will immediately poll members. It's my request that we change the verbiage from immediately to give the chair a time, because sometimes you may not be able to do it right then and there, and I don't want it to be where it's a violation because you wasn't immediately able to get this information out to the 6 other board members. I can say within a 24-hour window, the board chair would. Just an example.
Just leave the word off immediately. Just say,
It still needs a
Chair
time.
will poll, or you want to.
As quickly as possible or something.
you can still use a time frame. My time frame suggestion would be within 24 hours of receipt of the request versus saying immediately. You may not be at the leisure to do it.
Change it to say with the recommended amendment?
Yes.
Okay. Madam Chair, I move that we accept ordinance 19/20-67 with the recommendation of changing the word immediately to within the 24-hour period.
Second?
Second.
Okay.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. Mitnick?
may I ask the Policy Review Committee why this change to this policy has come about? I've never heard a reason as to why, and I'd just like to know.
Are you asking me, Mr. Mitnick? I believe
The Policy Review Committee, and I believe you're
on it.
a responsible individual.
I spoke to it last time we met, and last time that same question was asked. We had individuals ask to add as many as 10 items to the policy, to the agenda at the same time, and it was done on a regular basis. There are 7 of us, and if each of us chooses to add 10 items, we have to have some way of vetting how we're going to do it. The way of vetting how we're going to do it, and I'm glad you asked because we need to make it clear, especially since we have such a large audience this evening and people commenting on that. So it's a good thing to do, and I'm glad you asked, so we get to say it again. If all of us decide to send in 10 things that we want added to the agenda, this way, if anyone objects to all 10 of those things that we want to add, the entire board will have to vote on whether the items, if one person says, I don't think we need to do all that, the entire board would vote to see if it would be necessary, if they have an interest in that, or they feel it needs to go on the agenda. And that is what the policy says, and I believe that Mr. Waller sent that information out to all board members so that everybody could review it and understand what we were talking about and why. But that is what we talked about, and that's what we talked about in the last meeting. It would not be that one person objecting to it would stop anybody from doing anything. It would just mean that one person would trigger a vote of the entire board.
And at that time, would it be a majority of the board
Of
to
course,
vote in favor?
it would be a majority of the board to vote. Yes.
The majority of the board would vote. If the majority of the board votes in favor of having an item added to the agenda, is that what it takes? If there are 7 board members present, would it take 4 votes?
I would assume that it's just like any other board vote, that if we vote yes, the majority of the board would have to vote. Now, I don't know if have we ever voted and not have a majority vote? I'm not sure I understand your question.
Well, this is a new policy. I didn't know exactly how it was going to be worked out.
Well, normally when we vote, the majority of, if something passes, it takes 4 people to vote.
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Yes. Yes.
This vote would take place in an open meeting, is that correct?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay.
Right.
Madam Chair, I call for the question.
All right. There's a motion on the floor.
Call for the question.
And you would
Please call for the
like to vote.
Motion is to accept ordinance number 19/20-66 with the recommended amendment to change the word in item E from immediately to give 24 hours of receipt of the request.
That's correct. So he's called for the question.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Mitnick?
No.
Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Story?
No.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Vice Chair Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Board Chair Byram?
Yes.
Motion carried.
Next, we have Citizen Advisory Committee, and I'd ask Mr. Waller if he could quickly give us a review of where we stand as a board on the Citizen Advisory Committees.
Madam Chair, members of the board, I believe that currently what is going to be happening is that the board is going to be issuing notice to the public, which is required by your policy, of the various committees for which citizens need to be appointed, and at which time citizens will be able to submit letters of interest. Board members will then go through those letters of interest and determine one person from their borough to serve on the various citizen advisory committees. And so that's the process that is outlined in your policy, and that is also the process that you have agreed to follow.
And I believe we have asked Dr. Gordon, would you like to voice that?
Yes, ma'am. The board has given us direction where we will post this information similar to what we did in the past for our Safety Audit Committee. This information will be posted on June 15th. We'll close on June 25th. The board will then be given the opportunity, as all information will be sent to the school board clerk, Ms. Gardner. The board will then be given an opportunity to review the letters of interest. We will also verify the names. The board has requested that we provide addresses as well as respective boroughs and the current committees that our citizens are serving on. Dr. Harrison has already provided that information to me. I will be getting that to the board very quickly through Ms. Gardner. Then at the July 9th board meeting, the board would then discuss this again during closed session and then make their public nominations done at the open meeting on July 9th.
Thank you, Dr. Gordon. Any other items? Mr. Riddick, do you have anything to add?
Just want to reiterate per policy that each board member will be able to appoint his or her own designee to represent their respective borough. Any vacancies on the committees afterwards will be filled by the application process that the letter process. I want to be clear with my wording, not an application, but a letter of interest process that we as a board will review and as a group decide who fill those vacancies. It is not I submitted a letter, it's a vacancy, I automatic serve. That's not the way it works. It's a credentialing process that we'll go through based on the criteria that we have already approved back last year. This is our first year actually moving forward with this policy. So it's nothing new. It's our first year actually implemented to the fullness.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Mr. Mitnick?
What do we do with a policy not consistent with the bylaws of an established advisory committee? Because this Special Education Advisory Committee has a very well-defined policy on membership. And they were not looking at their entire advisory committee being dismantled. In fact, as of July 1st, they will have new board members that they will be adding to the committee. I really don't understand, because I thought when we decided in our discussions earlier that we would make a selection of 7 members, but then the other members of the advisory committee would be selected by the advisory committee. I do not see that it's the board's role to fill an entire committee.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Riddick, yes.
I remember greatly to what you're speaking of, Mr. Mitnick. However, it's not the way you're reflecting it. We never said that the board would fill its own, that the committee would fill its own vacancies. This is Suffolk Public Schools parent advisory boards, and we fill those vacancies. We will take the criteria as it has already been explained from the SEAC committee with our policy review committee, and it will work. There's no way it will not balance. That's already been worked out when we approved this policy last year. The only issue that we had as a board is when we would start the implementation. So we have already had this conversation twice last year in the fall pertaining to how we are going to select it, and especially as it pertains to SEAC. So we're going to go with their guidelines in addition to what we already have.
Mr. Riddick, I believe that the board attorney had a different opinion on that when I asked him about the guidelines for the Special Ed Advisory Committee. And I don't know if Mr. Waller, if he wants to clarify that, but I do have an email from him and that where he clarified that the board would be making 7 selections and the Special Ed Advisory Committee would be able to make the rest of their selections of members.
Paula?
I did issue an opinion that was requested by Mr. Mitnick. The basis of the opinion was whether or not the policy of the school board conflicted with the guidelines of SEAC or the regulations of the State Board of Education. And my final conclusion was that there was no conflict between the policy and State Board regulations or SEAC bylaws. The school board still appoints people to serve on citizen advisory committees. Now, it could turn out that those who are currently serving on SEAC may very well be approved by the board and they will continue to serve. However, it is the board that makes those appointments because it is a citizen advisory committee of Suffolk Public Schools.
Madam Chair?
Yeah.
There's a difference between appointing and selecting, and the board has always reviewed the appointments for our advisory committees and voted on them. And we have always appointed the members, but the members have not always been selected by the board, and I didn't think that the policy that we approved in the fall had changed that.
But, yeah.
I don't think, now, Mrs. Story and I were on the policy committee at that time, and I don't believe that we were trying to change that as we were trying to do the policy. Mrs. Story may want to speak to that, I don't know. But I believed our language is a little bit confused here. I believe that what we're saying is what you're saying, Mr. Mitnick, that, and really what you're saying, Mr. Riddick. We always approved the people who are going to be on the committee. When we had a discussion about equity, we were talking about making sure that each borough had one representative, and that would be the people that we selected. But the people who actually volunteered and served on these committees, we were approving because we have to approve them to be on these committees, but we were not talking about selecting every individual who served on the committee, i.e. going through a selection process. Now, one of the ways that I had conceptualized this, now somebody else may have had a different way, and please speak to it if you did. The persons who are already on the committee, I believe I said that when the Special Ed Advisory Committee did a report and they were here, is to have them send in a letter and actually follow the process and just send in a letter and say that they would like to serve. And if they sent in a letter saying that they would like to serve to whomever their representative is, that they would just, it would just be something, if they were already serving, they could send in a letter, say that I would like, and say that they would like to continue to serve, which is something they would have the opportunity to do if they would do that, and then we could formalize the process. But if they're already serving, I don't foresee taking anybody off who is willing to serve, taking anybody off of a committee who's willing to serve. After all, these are not paid positions, and opening up a whole new barrel of people and saying, you know, I want you on here, I want you on here. I don't see myself doing that. At least that's not something I would want to do for the National Board at all. And I don't think anybody else had that in mind. But we do approve people who are, because that's what we do in the formal process. I only saw appointing one person to the committee. Now, I may have conceptualized it differently from somebody else, but we formally approve the list of people who are, and that's what we've always done. But I tend to have conceptualized it in the way that you did also, Mr. Mitnick.
Okay, well, Mr. Riddick seems to have a completely different idea.
I don't think so. I think he was saying that.
No, I have a completely different
Do you?
idea.
Oh, okay.
Per policy that we voted on last year, it changed the way we formulate our committees. If my memory serves me correctly. I'm trying to pull up the letter of the policy now because I remember we spent a great deal of time on it. So what I'm going to ask is that we defer to our attorney to pull up the policy in the language of the policy, and whatever that language of that policy states is what we abide by. Because what we're doing now is we're operating off of head recollection, and we're all human. We can make mistakes. So I'm asking that we yield to what the document actually says itself.
Madam Chair, as Mr. Waller's pulling it up, may I chime in?
Yes, yes, sir.
On the November minutes, under new business, we had Ms. Gardner pull the specific sections related to the citizen advisory committees. And it says, Policy Review Committee recommendation, appointment process for citizens to serve on citizen advisory committees. Option 1, each board member will appoint a citizen from his or her borough to sit on the citizen advisory committee, and the remaining seats will be filled by mechanism deemed by the board, which the board agreed to be a letter of interest, was adopted by the board vote of 4-3 on November 14th. So your procedures for selection occurred on November 14th.
And there were three of us who, I think, the three people who said they disagreed with that, or the three votes against it were the three of us, actually. Mrs. Mayo, Mrs. Byram, and me. Is that correct? Yes.
That's correct.
Oh, okay, okay.
So
I know what you're talking about. So what we're saying is that everybody who's on a committee would have to go through the process and submit a letter. Is that correct?
Yes, the way it reads is we get 7 appointees, 1 for each borough, and then the rest of the vacancies we be filled by the mechanism we deem appropriate, and we chose to do the letter of interest. So there is no, they're already on the committee, they're automatically back. We're not trying to throw anyone out off the ship. However,
They have to.
you have to resubmit a letter of interest. You have to go through the process. So this is the policy that passed a 4-3, and this is what we have to operate by.
So we are opening this back up
For
the dates we
those 2
established.
weeks, so we need to have people submit their letters.
Right, to submit their letters of interest.
Okay,
Yes, ma'am, Madam Chair, that's what the minutes from December 12th specify,
okay.
that the board was going to deem that to be the process starting for appointments for July 2020.
Any more discussion on that? Any other discussion? This was an action item, but I don't believe we have to take action on anything at this point,
Well, we
correct?
have one committee that, oh,
Excuse
no, I guess not.
Well, action needed, right? we're just going to proceed
So we're
with
going
our
to
plan.
table, are we going to table that item since it's under? I move that we table this matter until July 9th. I move that we table the Citizens Advisory Committee item because it was an action item until July 9th.
I second.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Mitnick?
No.
Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Story? Board Member Story?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Vice Chair Brooks Buck?
Yes?
Board Chair Byram?
Yes.
Motion carried.
Okay, moving to new business, we have waiver attorney-client privilege for release of opinion numbers 19-20-17 and opinion number 19-20-18. Mr. Waller, would you like to speak to this?
Yes, there were two opinions, both of which were requested by Board Member Story. First opinion, 19-2017, asked whether the school board complied with the language found in the superintendent's contract when it approved a revised budget that included a, quote, salary adjustment for the superintendent. That was opinion 19-2017. And 19-2018 raised the question, was requested that I render an opinion regarding the process for board members to add items to the public meeting agenda. And both of those opinions were issued to Board Member Story with copies to the entire school board. And the request is to waive the attorney-client privilege on both of these opinions so that both opinions can be made available for public viewing.
Questions on that? This is an action item.
Madam Chair, I move that we waive the attorney-client privilege for release of the opinions.
Second the motion.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Mitnick?
Yes.
Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Story?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Vice Chair Brooks Buck?
Yes?
Board Chair Byram?
Yes.
Motion carried.
Next, under new business, we have Resolution 19/20-31, a resolution for public censure adopted by the school board for the city of Suffolk, censuring Sherry D. Story, school board member representing the Chuckatuck Borough pursuant to School Board Policy 2-2.1, 2.6, for willfully and deliberately violating school board norms and protocols and the confidentiality of closed meeting discussions. And at this time, I'll ask Ms. Gardner, our clerk, if she could read the censure resolution.
A resolution of public censure adopted by the school board for the city of Suffolk censuring Sherry D. Story, school board member representing the Chuckatuck Borough pursuant to School Board Policy 2-2.6:1 II for willfully and deliberately violating school board norms and protocols and the confidentiality of closed meeting discussions. Whereas on July 11, 2019, the school board for the city of Suffolk, hereinafter school board, adopted norms and protocols to govern actions by and among school board members, which are found in School Board Policy Section 2-2.6:1, and whereas at all times material hereto, Sherry D. Story, hereinafter referred to as Story, has been serving as a member of the school board representing the Chuckatuck Borough, and as a member of the school board, Story is required to adhere to norms and protocols adopted by the school board, and whereas Story has been verbally warned, first offense, and counseled regarding her failure to abide by school board norms and protocols, and whereas on September 12, 2019, Story was issued a written warning of violation, second offense, for having committed 6 separate violations of the school board norms and protocols by engaging in the following behavior to wit. 1, attempting to speak as the official spokesperson for the school board in violation of School Board Policy 2-2.1:6, School Board Policy 2-2.6:1B, 7II. 2, failing to direct a call from the media regarding school division operations to the school board and not notifying the school superintendent of the call in violation of School Board Policy 2-2.6:1B8I. 3, expressing a personal position on an issue that had not yet been voted on by the school board in violation of School Board Policy Section 2-2.6:1B9I. 4, posting on a social media site information that had not been verified and made available to the public in violation of School Board Policy Section 2-2.6:1B10B. 5, attending a bus driving meeting and communicating with subordinates employed by Suffolk Public Schools without notifying the school superintendent in violation of School Board Policy 2-2.6:1B5, and 6, posting information on social media from a closed meeting of the school board in violation of School Board Policy Section 2-2.6:1B10E. Whereas Story continues to willfully and deliberately violate norms and protocols adopted by the school board since being issued a written warning on September 12, 2019, by engaging in the following behavior to it. 1, on October 10, 2019, the school board convened a closed meeting in order to discuss the rights of transgender students. The school board had issued no public statement regarding the development of transgender guidelines. 2, on October 23, 2019, Story posted the following on her Facebook page: "Your voting for federal, state, and local legislators does affect local expenditures. Is this where the next $2.4 million of school monies will go? Much rides on this." Debate taking place this session at the U.S. Supreme Court. If gender becomes a protected class, Suffolk will face the same questions. Think. This is now local. SPS is currently writing guidelines to determine transgender status. It will have to become policy depending on the Supreme Court ruling. 3, Story violated the confidentiality of closed meeting discussions. 4, on January 9th, 2020, Story posted on her Facebook page the following: "I would like to see our board work meetings, and committee meetings be streamed live for citizens to hear and participate. No more secret sessions. Just 2 days ago, I'm pretty sure there was an illegal closed meeting occurring. Can't prove, but I'm pretty sure. I really want them to stop. These are our students and employees, and they deserve to be a part of the conversation." 5, Story had no evidence whatsoever that an illegal closed meeting had occurred. Posting information on her Facebook page that is not verified and patently false regarding the operations of the school board is in violation of School Board Policy 2-2.6:1B10B. 6, School Board Policy Section 2-2.6:1.5 requires that school board members adhere to the following: be focused on work as a school board member and not interfere with the day-to-day operations of Suffolk Public Schools, which is the delegated responsibility of the school superintendent. On January 12, 2020, Story posted on her Facebook page the following: "If your child comes home and reports that their school bathrooms had feces smeared around, please report it ASAP and I want to know." Story went on to write, "Staff should write up a report and give to an admin ASAP after knowing it has happened. Keep a copy of your report. Staff may iMessage me. I'm not looking for any of our schools to be embarrassed here. On the other hand, I do want health safety for our staff and students, and I want to oversee that and see that it ceases. 8, the day-to-day operations of schools is under the authority of the school superintendent. Story should have requested that reports be sent to the school superintendent and/or his designee regarding the conditions of bathrooms at the school. Requesting that she should be contacted regarding school bathrooms is an intrusion on the day-to-day operations of schools in violation of School Board Policy Section 2-2.6:15. 9, School Board Policy Section 2-2.6:1B8I specifically provides school board members who receive calls from the media regarding school division operations and not the board member's personal opinion on an issue must direct the caller to the chair and notify the school superintendent of the call. Examples of school division operations include I, personnel. 10, on March 6, 2020, or March 9, 2020, Story was interviewed by the local newspaper regarding a personnel issue. Story did not notify the chair or school superintendent of the call she received from the news media and her subsequent interview in violation of School Board Policy 2-2.6:1B8I. 11, on March 11, 2020, Story posted the following to her Facebook page regarding a proposed statement presented to all school board members for comment. The proposed statement was under consideration for reading at school board meetings before members of the public spoke before the school board. I've been asked to vote by way of a poll on accepting this statement. This should go in the agenda for discussion and then to the policy committee. I will not vote in emails which I believe to be a violation of FOIA, hence illegal. The public should see and it hear all our voting. As you can see, the vice chair has voted yes. 12, by posting information on her Facebook page, the polling of members was illegal when it was not violated School Board Section 2-2.6:1B10B. Story did not verify whether the polling of members was illegal under FOIA before posting this information on her Facebook page. On March 11, 2020, on March 11, 2020, Story posted the following to her Facebook page regarding the proposed statement. This proposal by our chair completely changes the current policy we have. It is bypassing all protocols for policymaking. It should have a first reading, time for the board and the public to comment, then a second reading, and then a vote at our meeting. 14, Story did not verify whether the proposed statement was a change in school board policy, which in fact the statement was not a change in school board policy, but was in accordance with school board policy. Therefore, posting information on her Facebook page regarding school board operations that had not been verified and patently false violated School Board Policy Section 2-2.6:1B10B. 15, School Board Policy Section 2-2.6:1B5 specifically provides individual school board members are not to communicate directly with subordinate administrators without first discussing with the school superintendent. 16, on March 19, 2020, Story sent an email communication directly to a building administrator without first discussing it with the school superintendent, in violation of School Board Policy Section 2-2.6:1B5. 17, on April 21st, 2020, Story posted the following statement to her Facebook page. SPS's regularly scheduled closed meetings are a highly unusual practice. 18, this statement posted by Story is patently false and was never verified for accuracy in violation of School Board Policy 2-2.6:1B10B. Out of 13 school divisions in Region 2 for the period January through March 2020, 85% of them held closed meetings at least twice during this 3-month period, and 62% held closed meetings every month during this same period. 19, on April 22nd, 2020, Story sent an email to John Littlefield, Director of Technology for Suffolk Public Schools, requesting assistance with Zoom while recording a conversation with another person. 20, Story did not communicate with the school superintendent before reaching out to the Director of Technology for Suffolk Public Schools in violation of School Board Policy Section 2-2.6:1B5. 21, on April 24, 2020, Story contacted the school superintendent and asked if he would consider furloughing school employees who could potentially make more money by collecting unemployment from the government. Story said the suggestion came from Councilman Mike Duman. On May 16, 2020, after being told that the superintendent would not pursue this course of action because he had promised that he would not lay anyone off or furlough anyone at the beginning of school closure, Story continued in her pursuit of information regarding furlough of school employees by contacting a neighboring school division. 22, Story's repeated efforts to pursue a course of action that was opposed by the superintendent that would result in employees of Suffolk Public Schools being furloughed is an intrusion on the day-to-day operations of schools in violation of School Board Policy Section 2-2.6:15. 23, on May 8, 2020, Story posted the following on her Facebook page regarding a meeting of the Policy Review Committee. For this meeting, they only gave 24 hours notice instead of the required 3 days notice. Of course, anyone surprised? FOIA laws mean nothing to them. 24, in that the May 7, 2020 meeting of the Policy Review Committee was a called meeting, which Story acknowledged in her post. Virginia Code Section 2.2-3707D required that reasonable notice under the circumstances be given contemporaneously with the notice provided to members of the public body conducting the meeting. A 3-day notice was not required. As such, Story's post that a 3-day notice was required is patently false and not verified in violation of School Board Policy 2-2.6:1B10B. 25. On May 8, 2020, Story posted the following on her Facebook page in response to a posted comment regarding the Policy Review Committee meeting held on May 7, 2020, conducted by the school board attorney. I'm glad you noticed that the attorney runs the meeting. Of course, the chair should. 26. Under Virginia law, local school boards can adopt bylaws and regulations for the management of its official business. There is nothing in Virginia law that would require the school board chair to facilitate meetings of a standing committee. Story was a member of the policy committee when, on June 3, 2019, she agreed that the school board attorney should facilitate meetings of the policy review committee. Story's comment that the chair should conduct the meeting is patently false, unverified, and contrary to her earlier position in this regard, thus in violation of School Board Policy 2-2.6:1B10. 27, on May 14, 2020, Story posted the following on her Facebook page, asserting this time that polling of school board members via a group email was in violation of FOIA. This is something the SNH should continue to be interested in because they also have been privy to what, in my opinion, were board transactions determined by a vote out of the view of public. 28. Story was advised that polling of school board members by the school board chair to ascertain their position regarding a particular issue did not violate FOIA. Story's repeated posting on her Facebook page that the school board chair violated FOIA by polling the membership is patently false and not verified in violation of School Board Policy 2-2.6:1B10. 29, on May 24th, 2020, Story emailed John B. Gordon III, school superintendent, and requested certain budget information. Story also sent her request to Mrs. Wendy Forsman, Executive Director of Finance. 30, by emailing the Executive Director of Finance without first going through school the school superintendent violates school board policy 2-2.6:1B5. 31, on May 26, 2020, Story posted a video on her Facebook page in which she stated the following regarding school board operations. Should have had closed session. We should have talked about his, superintendent's, salary for next year before it went into budget without the board discussing it. 32, the budget adopted by the school board did not include a salary adjustment for the superintendent. The budget included a cost of living adjustment, COLA, which is a benefit afforded to all school employees, and the superintendent was entitled to receive a cost of living adjustment pursuant to the terms of his employment contract. 33, Story's statement suggesting that the adopted budget reflected a change in the superintendent's base salary was patently false and not verified, in violation of School Board Policy Section 2-2.6:1B10B. Be it therefore resolved that Sherry D. Story should be and is hereby publicly censured for her willful and deliberate violations of school board norms and protocols pursuant to School Board Policy 2-2.6:1 CII, and for violating the confidentiality of closed meeting discussions of the school board of the Suffolk City School Board, adopted this 11th day of June 2020.
Thank you, Ms. Gardner. Now I'll review the time format. Ms. Story has 7 minutes to speak, and then I will speak, and then I will go to board members for comments. Ms. Story?
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I want to thank everyone who came tonight and came out from Virginia Beach. I really appreciate the support. I thank you very much for speaking on my behalf. I thank you to my Chuckatuck constituents who support me, and thank you for all of those of you who are watching at home tonight and maybe couldn't be here. But I've gotten a lot of emails, a lot of support, and I am truly grateful. So I thank you for that. Number one, I've requested some specific information to help me be fully prepared for tonight. I requested the board chair to provide me that information. I asked for it by Tuesday. This was sent on Friday. I asked for it by Tuesday at 5 p.m., but I received it today at 3 o'clock, so I was not able to use that information. Like anyone else, I am entitled to constitutional guarantees of free speech, due process, and equal protection. Those rights are not being respected. The Freedom of Information Act has specific requirements that govern open and closed meetings. I believe that this elected body has often been out of compliance. I think we should have maximum transparency. Many members of this board appear to disagree. Regardless, I will always try to comply with the law and with the goal of keeping citizens informed. I am trying to do the job I was elected to do. That includes communicating with all constituents and interested parties. The school board should encourage that, but instead has tried to muzzle and now punish me. The school board has limited powers, and I believe that this proceeding goes beyond what the law allows. This process and the rules I allegedly violated are illegitimate and totally inappropriate for this board. I do not intend to participate in this proceeding any further, and I reserve the right to take legal action to enable me to do my job fully for the benefit of all my constituents in the Chuckatuck Borough. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I have a few comments, and then I'll go to Ms. Jenkins. I asked this question: how did we arrive at this point of censure? I would like to review events leading up to the censure resolution. Upon taking office in January of 2019, as new board members were offered board training by the VSBA at the Capitol Conference in Richmond. Board members Jenkins and Mayo attended and completed their new board member training. Mr. Riddick could not attend due to a job conflict, but he received his training at a later conference. Board member Story did not receive training by VSBA at that time. The clerk of the school board at that time, Ms. Chavis, at my direction, provided PowerPoint materials of the VSBA board member training to all new members of the board. On February the 8th, 2019, the entire school board, as well as Superintendent Darren Whitney, attended VSBA training in Charlottesville. Norms and protocols were discussed, as well as board governance and procedures. In late February 2019, I met with Ms. Story to discuss 15 to 20 items of concern. And as I remember, we spent several hours in discussion. After that meeting, at her request, I met with Ms. Story, Dr. Darren Whitney, and Mr. Wendell Waller at the school administrative offices in response to questions and concerns. On March 14th, 2019, the norms and protocol were adopted by a vote of 6-0 by the school board. Ms. Story was not in attendance at that meeting due to illness. Each board member was given a copy of the adopted norms and protocols for future reference. On April 22nd, 2019, I had a telephone conference with Ms. Story about other violations of the norms and protocols. On May 9th, 2019, Ms. Story was issued a written reprimand by the board for violations of the norms and protocols. On July 11th, 2019, the school board adopted the norms and protocols into policy. School Board Policy 2-2.6. Again, on September the 12th, 2019, Ms. Story received a written notice of violations of norms and protocols. For 18 months, we have discussed, cautioned, and reminded Ms. Story of the norms and protocols of the Suffolk School Board. Over these 18 months, we've offered VSBA training for new board members. We as a board have attended training at VSBA. We have worked diligently to resolve concerns. We have attempted to resolve violations of the norms and protocols. When the norms and protocols were adopted, the board also adopted consequences for those violations. Violation 1, the board chair or designee will discuss the violation with the board member. Violation 2, the board will provide a written reprimand regarding the violation to the board member who committed the offense. And violation 3, the board will discuss the violation with the board member in a public meeting. As chairman of the Suffolk School Board, I again ask Ms. Story that you adhere to the school board approved policy of norms and protocols. And now I'll turn to Ms. Jenkins if she has any comments.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say how disappointed I am that we have come to a situation where we're sitting here tonight to take this action with another school board member. We were elected to serve and lead in a manner of creating policy, norms, protocols together to govern this school district and to ensure the integrity, honesty, loyalty, and confidentiality and protection of our students, teachers, staff, and administrators should be at the forefront of the oath that we placed our hands on the Bible to take when we were elected. The Virginia law is clear that the day-to-day operations of the schools is in the hands of the school superintendent, not the board members. Even suggesting that employees contact us regarding school conditions intrude upon the day-to-day operations. And if we are approached by a student or a teacher or administrator, our response should be, I will direct it to the superintendent. If employees have expressed concerns to us, you should also direct and contact the school superintendent. But it is not the role of a school board member to interfere in the day-to-day operations of the school. We have all been made aware from day one. We have all been made aware of this from day one, and you, Board Member Story, has willingly violated this law as often as you feel like it, because following the law, policies, norms, and protocols is something in many cases that you feel you do not have to follow. It is apparent that when you don't get your results that you desire, the policies and protocols, procedures do not apply to you. Using your school board Facebook page as a platform to suggest that plants false suspicions in others' minds, such as there are secret board meetings going on, while admitting in the same post that you can't even prove it, while you are all along planting a seed that there is discord and deceit among other school board members. Ms. Story, we are not trying to silence you by all means. If you indeed are telling the story, make sure that your story is factual. Again, no one is trying to silence you, just speak the truth. You have now planted a seed that Dr. Gordon, our superintendent, that we, including you and we, all agreed was the best person to lead Suffolk Public School, is being given an increase in his salary of $10,000, which is not true, and has caused many emails to come to school board members and a lot of negative comments on your Facebook page. As a matter of fact, his budget is 10% less than last year's budget. Now, although my vision is not 2020, I am positive that you were at the meetings of negotiating his contract when he was hired. Dr. Gordon came to us with a plan to continue the success of Suffolk Public Schools, and you were totally on board with it. Not that we will agree on everything with Dr. Gordon, but using your Facebook page to suggest that you are being bullied by us or being attacked, again, is not true. Policy, protocols, and norms were created that you, Ms. Story, were a part of. And even if we don't agree with all of them, it does not give us or you any authority to ignore them and do what we want without consequences. I saw a response to a post from one of your former students saying that despite what they may think of you, you were always trying to make sure that students followed the rules and policies of the school when you were a teacher at Kingsford High School. So my question is, what privilege do you have that following policy, norms, and protocols exempts you? We all have to follow them. No one is trying to attack you and keep you from speaking. Our school board is far from dysfunctional. Using Facebook to demote fellow school board members is your choice. But misleading and painting false assumptions is no more than the boy that cried wolf scenario. In closing, you have shared that you are a minister. And I'm sure you are familiar with Matthew 18:15-17. As I paraphrase, if there is a concern with your brother, go to them in private. And we did that. If nothing is accomplished, make it public, not to embarrass or crucify anyone, but allow the public to know of their actions. This is why we are here, and we should not be. We addressed this privately more than once, and you only escalated your intent to not follow the norms and protocols and policies and procedures. We witness on a daily basis now in this world where people in position feel that following rules and the laws don't apply to them. And because of that, people are falsely criticized or for no true cause, and people even lose their lives due to the very breath being taken away. School board member Story, we can't breathe. Thank you.
Mr. Mitnick?
Point of order.
Mr. Mitnick?
Yes, I wasn't sure if there was something going on there. Do I agree with 100% of the censure resolution? No, I do not. Ms. Story is different from the rest of you on the board. She saw in her election that her constituents wanted accountability. That was part of her platform in running. Mrs. Story feels that giving people information is what she needs to do. It upsets me, along with Mrs. Story, because either one of us could have a totally brilliant idea for change, but I'd be willing to bet that the vote would be 5-2. This board is not open to change, does not have an open mind when it comes to people's ideas, and is totally in favor of pursuing the status quo. Tonight, you are trying to censure a fellow board member because they are different, because they think outside the box, because they want to do things by the laws and the FOIA protections that are provided. And for some reason, that angers those of you on the board. Mrs. Story speaks the truth a lot, and I think that we as a board would be stronger if instead of turning up our noses because Sherry Story said it, if we would listen and find the merit in what she says. I'm very upset by the censure resolution because when we received a document on Friday afternoon that concluded with what it means to be censured, those behaviors that it defined would not be a way to even treat a dog, let alone a fellow school board member. I appeal to the sense of reason for those of you on the school board. And if you have the ability to reason, that you will vote against the resolution on censure. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity.
Mr. Mitnick. Ms. Mayo?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I, too, am disappointed that we have come to this point and that this discussion is taking place. We agreed as a board to follow the norms and protocols which were voted upon and approved on July the 11th, 2019 as policy. those guidelines for us to follow to be effective board members in word and in deed. Virginia law is clear that the day-to-day operations of the schools is in the hands of the school superintendent and not school board members. It is not the role of a school board member to interfere in the day-to-day operations of the school. However, moving forward, it is imperative that we work together in unity as a team, a unified body, a unified board. At times, we may have a difference of opinion, as we are all human with certain beliefs and ideas. However, the end result must be what is best for the education of our children, academically, socially, and emotionally. Put egos aside and the need for attention and do the work that is necessary for our students and that they so richly deserve. For I believe that we have an obligation to our children to provide the best educational opportunities and to prepare them for lifelong learning. Their future depends on this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Riddick?
My Lord. Okay. First and foremost, I'm disgusted by the fact that we even have to be here having this conversation with you all today. And that's not a formality. That's not me saying this to be politically correct or to obtain your great mercy or whatever. That's not what it's here for. We're here because I came on board with Ms. Story. And we had to learn how to become school board members. We understand that transitions, for some move faster, for some move slower. We went to VSBA to get training to do our job effectively. And one thing that he did stress to us that our job is governance. And we govern through policy. We appropriate the money that's allocated to us from City Council. So our job is to be good steward over what was given to us. The day-to-day operations and carrying out our vision and our goals and objectives, that falls on the superintendent. The superintendent does that. We evaluate it. If we're not satisfied, we make some changes or whatever from there. Not to bully employees. I knew Ms. Story before I came to the board. I knew her as a student of Kings Fork High School. My experiences with Ms. Story at Kings Fork High School was not a pleasant experience. Someone emailed me and asked what facts I had for my statements. I experienced them firsthand. I was in a group of students that was called Stop Acting Like Little Monkeys at Kings Fork High School. That's my experience. And if you look on Facebook, you will see other students from Kings Fork High School experience. I overlooked that so I could work with board member Story to move Suffolk forward. If you go back and you check the meetings and you watch the video, you would see there are times that I would back up whatever board member Story put forth if it was in the best interest of Suffolkians. You would see that there are times that I had it out with Dr. Buck. You would see that there's times that me and board member Story had a strong difference of opinions. I do not operate for cliques. I'm not in a clique. I'm who I am, whether you like it or not. I'm not in a clique. Okay. Board member Story said, and Ms. Gardner asked you, please keep track of me with time, because it's so much I'm trying to squeeze into 7 minutes. But to keep the citizens informed. Yes, we all have that free speech. We have it. But we don't have the right to go in a crowded place and yell fire. When you are purposely misleading constituents, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. I've had a conversation with board member Story pertaining to the way that she was dealing with the board. There are staff who want to speak up but are afraid of retaliation. We share some of the same concerns with some things. But to tell people that it was a $10,000 increase for the superintendent budget, when you look at the budget on page 128, you see, I mean, we have people who think they can run our division. And I'm trying to choose my words wisely because I don't believe in having my paper. But I'm going to say this, and I'm going to try to close. When Dr. Whitney was here, it was attack after attack. It was email after email. It was not complying. When I asked, hey, why don't you go to VSBA for training? As long as they're providing training, I'm not going. When board member Story ran, we was at the Applebee's in Northern Suffolk at the at the Democrats breakfast fundraiser. Board member Story came to me and she stated, if Thelma Hinton does not win, could I count on your support in getting rid of the superintendent? She came to the table with an axe to grind. Dr. Whitney is no longer here, but he left it in a sense where we was accredited under both standards. There was nothing to poke fun at anymore. That's according to the Virginia Department of Education, not Michigan. And then when he left, it stopped for a bit, and then it continued. And now it's with Dr. Gordon. At what point do we just celebrate that we are 100% accredited, we're surviving the pandemic, and how can we move forward? Now, you all are just finding about some of this stuff, but we as a board, we have been living through this for a long time. In her first year as a board member, we was threatened with a lawsuit. So I wanted to talk sooner, but I couldn't because pending litigation. So I'm going to stop right there, but I said everything I meant to say, and I meant every word I said. There's nothing personal against board member Story. I can overlook the foolishness as a student that I experienced, but this behavior is out of control. Thank you.
Dr. Buck?
Good evening. I'm here tonight, and I want to start off with a comment. First of all, I'm not a Facebook person, and it's interesting to me that I heard a comment about you, Mrs. Story, the very first person to report to me that you had done something inappropriate on Facebook was Mr. Mitnick. I would have known nothing about it because I don't do a lot of comments on Facebook, but I thought that was interesting, especially when I heard this comment. But let me begin with my own. It's disconcerting to me to work as hard as I've worked since 2013 and to dispel one of the rumors that was circulated in my neighborhood. And that's unfortunate because I live in a wonderful neighborhood, a very diverse neighborhood, because it's a newer neighborhood to Suffolk, not the established Suffolk, but a newer neighborhood to Suffolk. It's a very diverse neighborhood, and people there are friendly and helpful, and just, we work together. We've been working together over the years, and so it's disconcerting to me that lately there's been confusion in my neighborhood, but you've been working, you've been busy in my neighborhood. And so let me go on because I've organized my thoughts. I've written what I wanted to say. You've made it your business to distort the facts in my neighborhood, to write things about me. I'm on your Facebook page quite a lot, much more than I'm on my own Facebook page. And you've created some alternate reality information about me, and I'm going to deal with some of that. I'm going to be very honest about what you've written because you've written some untruths about me. You've said some things in your videos, and I've looked at them, and you've written some things that are untrue. And you've had your friends, some of whom have come here tonight, write some things and say some things, and some have written them to me. I have those documents for some other folks to see. You indicated that you sent something to your attorney, from your attorney's office to the board chair. We received it to say that you didn't have enough information to defend yourself. And at the same time, we found a 3/4-page ad in the newspaper with you defending yourself. So I don't know. But anyway, I'll go on with what I have to say. Your attempts to cause confusion on the board have been troubling, to belittle our administrative staff, to demean our attorney and the board chair, to bring nonsense to my borough and even to my neighborhood. I really don't understand the stories about FOIA, having people call the Attorney General's office, and they wrote that on your Facebook page. I don't know whether that's true or not, but some things have just gone really off the chain, as the young people say. When you were informed by a board member that your Facebook posts and the falsehoods that you had placed on Facebook generated a threat to a teacher who supported me, you assume no responsibility for it. But in truth, Ms. Story, if you put oil on rags and hand someone some matches, you are responsible for the fire. Now let's talk about some falsehoods that I've put in order, and one is the superintendent's salary. And I've dealt with it a little bit differently because I'd like to go back, since you've talked about Dr. Whitney, and that generated some tales a long time ago. But let's go back to truth. During the 2014-15 school year, a study was done, and the study was paid for, and the person was, we got the person to do it from the city council. I called for a $5.8 million increase in local funding. The council said they didn't have it, so we did it in a 3-year phase, $3.8 million the first year. Second year, we were supposed to get $1 million. The council gave us $270,000, which wasn't enough to do it, so we paid some of our employees. The superintendent was supposed to get a 20% raise because out of all the superintendents, and let me say it loud enough so that those persons who have refused to listen may hear at least, he was supposed to get a 20% raise. We did not have the money. The vote was 7-0 to give him a 13% raise 3 years after he was supposed to get a 20% raise. We gave him a 13% raise because we had one employee resign, and we reduced what Dr. Harrison ultimately got because we reduced the job, we reduced the pay when the employee left, and we were able to give him 13% of what he would have gotten had we had the 20% we owed him. When Dr. Gordon came along this year, we gave a 1% cost of living increase. 1% of $180,000 is not $10,000. I don't care what you do with it. If 1% is $10,000, we are paying somebody $1 million. If there is a salary, Dr. Gordon, of $1 million in this school system to anybody, especially a superintendent, I am going to renew my superintendent's license, and I am going to step down and compete for that position. So if you all have a $1 million job, let me know. That's the first falsehood. The second is committee assignments. Mrs. Byram and I are chair and co-chair of the school board, simply because these people voted us in as chair and co-chair. We go to 2 meetings with the mayor and the vice mayor. And because we are chair and co-chair, the mayor invites us to meetings. That's because we are chair and co-chair, not because we selected some special committees because we like to attend meetings. Believe me, there's work to do, and extra meetings are not something we just do because we want to, but because we need to as representatives of the school system. So please stop putting that out because it's just not true. All of these questions about what you're supposed to do and what you're not supposed to do and what you're going to do with regard to FOIA are just not true. Abusing our employees, talking to them like they're less than human, will not get us to keep employees. Our employees, some of them are directors, are department chairs, other people, can go other places. We have an excellent staff, and they get paid a lot less than a whole lot of other people in surrounding districts. Because they do.
It's been 7 minutes.
I'm sorry. We have timekeepers over there. Let me end if my 7 minutes are up
Ma'am.
or getting close to, excuse me.
I'm
You're
sorry,
not the
7 minutes
timekeeper.
has expired.
Okay, okay.
Thank you, Dr. Buck.
Thank you.
And now we'll have rebuttal, 3 minutes from Ms. Story.
No.
Story says she has nothing more to say. This is an action item. We need a motion.
I move that we approve.
Second the motion.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Mitnick?
No.
Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Story?
No.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Vice Chair Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Board Chair Byram?
Yes.
Motion carried.
Point of order. Madam Chair,
Yes.
could you please reiterate our practice for our persons who are attending the meeting who are not on the board and what their role are? And if they desire to speak, how could they go about speaking?
Either they must see the clerk to sign up to speak. Shouldn't be any interruptions. So, no interruptions, please, from the audience.
Madam Chair, I have another request.
Yes.
If those interruptions continue from the member in the audience who's persistent about doing so, who very well knows this policy, I would ask that we adhere and exercise your authority to ask that person to vacate the premise.
Thank you, Mr. Riddick. We will move on. Under new business, resolution 19/20-32, a resolution of the school board for the city of Suffolk, Virginia, approving an award with Five Ponds Press and National Geographic Company for textbook materials for history 6 through 8 for Suffolk Public Schools. This is an action item.
Madam Chair, may I suggest that we take those together? Because I think there are several
Okay.
textbooks.
Would you like to make a motion?
Yes. Madam Chair, I would like to move that we take resolutions, I believe they are 3, 4, 5, are they services? No, 3 and 4 together. Those are textbooks, history books, and English books. Okay. I would like to move that we take resolutions 3 and 4 together
Second.
as a vote. Yes.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Mitnick?
Yes.
Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Story?
I abstain.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Vice Chair Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Board Chair Byram?
Yes.
Motion carried.
Number 5, under new business, resolution 19/20-34, resolution of the school board for the city of Suffolk, Virginia, approving an award to Scott Freeman Auctions 757 to provide auctioneering services for Suffolk Public Schools. This is an action item.
Madam Chair, I move that we accept Resolution 19/20 through 34, resolution of the school board for the city of Suffolk, Virginia, approving the award to Scott Freeman 757 Auctions.
Second.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Mitnick?
Yes.
Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Story?
Abstain.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Vice Chair Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Board Chair Byram?
Yes.
Motion carried.
Under new business, item number 6, resolution 19/20-35, a resolution of the school board for the city of Suffolk making an award to Alpha Best to provide a before and after care enrichment program for Suffolk Public Schools. This is an action item.
I move that we approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
can I get some information on what that entails, which schools are involved?
Dr. Gordon?
Yes, I'm going to call Anthony Hines, our purchasing manager, to the podium to provide some additional information for Mr. Mitnick. Mr. Hines?
Evening, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the school board, Mr. Superintendent. To address Mr. Mitnick's question in regards to this is the elementary school before and after care program that the parents voluntarily either take these services either before, after, or both. It's basically designed for an enrichment program as a supplement to learning. Contract does feature a number of additional services as well in regards to being able to not necessarily have to sign into any sort of longer term arrangements where they can kind of do like a punch pass like what the Parks and Rec program has done as well. So it is designed to kind of be a, like I say, it's an enrichment program to help solidify what happens during the school day.
Any other questions?
Yes, if I could ask, does this replace any programs that we currently have?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mitnick. This has been, under the last term, was the YMCA's contract. It was competitively sought again through the RFP process, and an evaluation committee had a number of interviews and grading times through this, and this contract actually will represent a lower price to all of the Suffolk families that take this service, and has been independently reviewed by our instructional team. Actually, two separate teams have went through this process in terms of grading out the RFP and then having subsequent interviews with 4 of our top respondents.
Mr. Hines, thank you very much for the information.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Hines.
Madam Chair, I move to approve.
I second the motion.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Mitnick?
Yes.
Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Story?
Abstain.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Vice Chair Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Board Chair Byram?
Yes.
Motion carried.
Number 7, Resolution 19-20-36, resolution of the school board for the city of Suffolk to make an award to Arthur Gallagher to provide insurance, consulting, and related services for Suffolk Public Schools.
Move to approve.
Second?
Second.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Mitnick?
Yes.
Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Story?
I abstain.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Vice Chair Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Board Chair Byram?
Yes.
Motion carried.
Number 8, Resolution 19/20-37, resolution of the school board for the city of Suffolk to make an award to Charter Spectrum to provide session-initiated protocol, truck and transports for Suffolk Public Schools on behalf of the school board.
Madam Chair, could somebody please tell me what that means?
Dr. Gordon? Mr. Hines?
Yes, I'll ask Mr. Hines to come back again. I was trying to clarify if I should bring Mr. Hines to the podium or Mr. Littlefield, because they both were involved in that.
And good evening. To answer the question about SPSStrong, this is actually a contract that has come to end of its life on June 30th. It provides our phone service, essentially, including long distance. The pertinent information around the contract is that it will save us about $160 per month with this particular renewal. Also this will increase our long distance load per trunk. We operate 2 trunks for our phone service by additional 5,000 minutes per month, which give us an extra 10,000 minutes for the entire division per month. It is basically the incumbent that has won this solicitation.
Any other
Thank
questions?
you, Mr. Hines.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions? No? Motion on the floor?
Do we move to approve?
Second.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Mitnick?
Yes.
Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Story?
Abstain.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Vice Chair Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Board Chair Byram?
Yes.
Motion carried.
Resolution 19/20-38, resolution of the school board for the city of Suffolk making an award to Sedgwick and the Underwriters Group to provide third-party claims, administration of workers' compensation, excess liability insurance coverage, and related services.
Move to approve.
Second?
Second.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Mitnick?
Yes.
Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Story?
Abstain.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Vice Chair Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Board Chair Byram?
Yes.
Motion carried.
Resolution 19/20-39, resolution of the school board for the city of Suffolk making an award to Virginia Association of Counties to provide property and casualty insurance services for Suffolk Public Schools.
Move to approve.
Second.
And second. Any discussion?
I did.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Mitnick?
Yes.
Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Story?
Abstain.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Vice Chair Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Board Chair Byram?
Yes.
Motion carried.
Resolution 19/20-40, resolution of the school board for the city of Suffolk to make an award to YMCA and Mazzani Fitness to provide a traveling fitness and wellness initiative program for Suffolk Public Schools.
Motion. I move to approve.
Second.
Madam Chair, could I have an explanation of what this involves?
Yes, sir.
I think we should just have Mr. Hines just stay at the podium. Coming up, please, Mr. Hines.
Evening, once again, I think this is my last item on the agenda tonight. For the last year or so, Mr. Mitnick, there has been a pilot program with the YMCA for the Traveling Y that has been the beneficiary of the bus drivers, a number of others that have been expanded, started out with bus drivers, has expanded out to the schools, yoga classes, et cetera. The program has been actually very successful and has actually hit a spot in policy that requires the issuance of an RFP under state code. So the RFP was submitted, and we received a number of companies to actually respond. We did interview both of these two. Both of these had strong merits for the award of this contract. So we are asking for a dual award to allow for the continued growth of this program in Suffolk Public Schools as it continues to grow with the wellness initiatives that we've put in place.
Thank you, Mr. Hines. Madam Chair, if I could just make a comment for future, when we receive these requests, if there could be a small paragraph or something to describe what they are, so that board members know what it entails. reading the resolutions, they didn't describe what was involved, so if that's possible in the future, I would appreciate it.
Yes, that would be possible. But we can always, call the superintendent if we have a question about a resolution. Correct?
Madam Chair, the only thing I was asking, it would keep us from asking these questions if there was a paragraph in the resolution that described the services. Thank you.
Call for the question.
Mr. Riddick,
Point of order. According to Robert Rules of Parliamentary Procedures, if it's a call for the question, then the vote must take place. Your discussion, you had it. You gave your explanation. I patiently waited. It's nothing personal. It's 10:24 p.m. I have to be up at 3 a.m. in the morning in order to drive an hour and a half to get to work. I'm trying to fulfill my duties.
You chose to run for school board. If you
Call for the question.
Do it, you should not have done that.
Point of order.
Excuse me. Call for the question. Ms. Gardner.
Board members, please vote on resolution 1920-40, a resolution of the school board for the city of Suffolk, Virginia, to make an award to YMCA and Mizani Fitness to provide a traveling fitness and wellness initiative program for Suffolk Public Schools, and on behalf of the school board, to authorize the school superintendent to enter into a contract with YMCA and Mizani Fitness for the aforementioned services. Board members, please vote. Board Member Jenkins.
Yes.
Mitnick. Board Member Mitnick.
Yes.
Board Member Mayo.
Yes.
Board Member Story.
I abstain.
Board Member Riddick.
Yes.
Vice Chair Brooks Buck.
Yes.
Board Chair Byram.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Resolution number 12, resolution number 19/20-41, a resolution of the school board for the city of Suffolk expressing commitment to foster inclusive educational environment. And I'd ask that Ms. Gardner read that resolution.
A resolution of the school board for the city of Suffolk, Virginia, expressing its steadfast commitment to foster an inclusive educational environment where every student, teacher, support professional, parent, and community member is treated with dignity and respect, as well as our commitment to continue fighting for racial justice and human and civil rights for all. Whereas members of the school board for the city of Suffolk, Virginia, as well as Suffolk Public Schools staff, are saddened and outraged by recent events that demonstrate the prejudice and injustice that persist in our country. Whereas racism and hate have no place in our schools or our society, and we must protect the constitutional rights of every person who lives, works, and learns in our community. Whereas we cannot be silent, we urgently must act to stop the racial injustice that harms and anguishes Black people who are our family, friends, neighbors, students, staff members, and fellow Americans. Whereas we must listen. Those who have endured discrimination and intolerance deserve to be heard as they share the stories and truth about their experiences and feelings, and we must seek with great empathy to understand their challenges and their pain. Whereas we must learn. It is time to engage our community in meaningful and honest conversation about racial inequality, to build alliances with those committed to justice for all, and to work together to support our shared conviction that racism must end. Whereas we must lead. Each of us individually and collectively is responsible for creating and nurturing an anti-racist learning environment that every child is respected and valued for who they are, regardless of their skin color. We must actively acknowledge, address, and prevent racial bias that occurs as a result of division policies, practices, and actions. And whereas we must do better. Our school division can be and will be a sanctuary of safety in our community as a beacon of light for the world, as we build and strengthen trust with those we serve, and we model the acceptance of all people. Therefore, be it resolved that we, members of the school board for the city of Suffolk, Virginia, stand steadfast in our commitment to foster an inclusive educational environment where every student, teacher, support professional, parent, and community member is treated with dignity and respect, as well as our commitment to continue fighting for racial justice and human and civil rights for all. Approved by the school board for the city of Suffolk, Virginia, this 11th day of June 2020.
Move to approve.
Second.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Mitnick?
Yes.
Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Story?
I abstain.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Vice Chair Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Board Chair Byram?
Yes.
Motion carried.
Now we turn to public speakers on non-agenda topics, and I believe the first person is Andrew Pancoast. Andrew Pancoast.
Good evening, school board members. I'm here speaking this evening to get some clarification on information that was provided by Board Member Riddick from the Suffolk News Herald live stream on June 5th. And I had one other question about the school survey. Allow me to start with some points made by Board Member Riddick during his speech. At 38 minutes and 15 seconds into the video, Mr. Riddick remarked, "We got to step up, hold our elected officials accountable, hold each other accountable. If you see me slipping, call me out." He also remarked about at 37 minutes, 55 seconds, out of all of our high school students, we have 1,200 young men and women who have not even logged onto the computer. They come from Lakeland and Kings Fork. I have two questions regarding this information. Why were the students from Nansemond River omitted? Did all of their students log on to Edgenuity? And how did you arrive at 1,200 students from Kings Fork and Lakeland that had not even logged on? As an educator, hearing that 1,200 of our students hadn't logged in, it was quite insulting to the effort that we made as teachers over the last few months with switching to virtual learning. And the amount of effort that we've put in to make sure that as many of our students log on as possible, based on communication with other teachers in our building at Kings Fork. We all had very low quantities of students who had not logged in. As of the afternoon of the 5th, there were 63 students who had not logged in to Edgenuity since March 20th, out of all of the students that had active classes in Edgenuity. I did not take note of how many total students had classes in Edgenuity, but it was definitely less than all of our students. And as a matter of fact, by Monday morning, all 84 of my students had logged into Edgenuity. Based on that Friday, it was still 2 that had not completed anything. Also regarding about 34 minutes into the video, board members suggesting furloughing staff, and the definition that was provided by yourself was that they would be laid off with no insurance and with no check. From a quick Google search to clarify my understanding, a furlough is a temporary layoff from work. People who get furloughed usually get to return to their job after a furlough. In general, people are not paid during furloughs, but they do keep employment benefits such as health insurance, and furloughs are mandatory. So a furlough is a leave of absence with benefits. And based on the stimulus presented by the government, adding $600 a week, they would actually make more money with the unemployment stipend provided by the government. I was curious as to why this would be a bad thing, seeing as other surrounding districts have done this. Chesapeake Schools furloughed 801 part-time employees, saving their system almost $800,000. Norfolk furloughed 333 employees to save about $500,000, and that was from the pilot. This seems like it would have been a win-win situation for both our part-time employees, who put an awful lot amount of work into our buildings, and it would also be a win for the district. And lastly, in the school survey that came out asking about how distance learning went, I was curious as to why it was important that we provided an email address when we had to submit the form. Thank you for your clarification on these matters, and I look forward to your responses. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pancott. Next, we have Judy Lear. Judy Lear. Judy Lear. Leisha Barnes.
Madam Chair, there's a letter submitted by Ms. Leisha Barnes.
Okay.
To whom it may concern, first and foremost, I hope this letter finds you in good health and spirits in the midst of this pandemic. I happened to come across the Suffolk News Herald on Facebook and saw a link that contained the name of a teacher I had in high school, Sherry Story. I was surprised to see her holding such an important title, but not surprised by what article said about her. Ms. Story was my IB biology teacher my senior year of high school. I had already taken a college course before her class, so I was readily prepared to master her class. Unfortunately, that did not happen. I had to be switched out about a month or two into the school year because I was extremely uncomfortable in her classroom and wasn't retaining any information because of the hostile environment she created. She used her authority as power. She was rude, mean, and disrespectful, to say the least. I will personally admit that I spoke with her and told her how uncomfortable I was in her classroom and that I thought she was very rude and I would appreciate it if she would talk to me with respect. I understand that at the time I was a child, but that gives her no right to speak to me or any other student the way she did. Her exact words were, "Well, with the way you're headed, you won't be much in life anyways." I never told my parents that she said that because at the time I wasn't doing well in her class, so I believed her. I barely wanted to go to school after this happened. I tried the fake sick role, waking up late, and even thought about skipping school some days. My parents noticed a shift in my behavior, and once I opened up, we sat down with the principal and my classes were switched immediately. I watched two of my friends suffer their senior year because of this woman. I watched students dodge the hall she was on because no one wanted to run into her and have an altercation. I spent the first month of my senior year depressed and discouraged about college. I knew my end goal was to become a nurse, and I needed biology for that. She almost crushed my dream, but God saw different. I am now a graduating senior at Morgan State University. I will receive my degree in May of 2021 in nursing. I say all of this to say the same way she was 5 years ago is the same way she is now. Best regards, Leisha Barnes.
Thank you, Ms. Gardner. Miller Carey.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Suffolk School Board, I'm Miller Carey, and I live at 1002 MacArthur Drive. When a board member is excluded from a meeting, even from virtual attendance, or when a board member is excluded from an open discussion of an item for consideration by a chair who insists on her own private polling of each member in lieu of open discussion, when a board member is denied information by the chair or any other city entity, information which is legally public and must be made available to all citizens, when a board member is discouraged from open communication with staff, parents, and public, and when the wrong-minded norms of this board are used to remove a board member from committees. In all of these scenarios, students, parents, staff, and taxpayers of every household in this city are disenfranchised. I spoke the other day with another chair of another school board in a neighboring city. This school board chair found it very difficult to imagine why in the world this school board would not furlough employees to save the city a bunch of money and to put more money into the pockets of those furloughed workers. What about racism? I asked. The reason why I'll get to in a minute. The school board chair of the other city was incredulous, scoffing, how in the world would that be racist? It put hundreds of dollars extra in the pocket of affected employees each week. The other windfall, of course, is the hundreds of thousands Suffolk could have saved, perhaps $1 million. I hope every staff member here tonight goes home thinking what they might have done with an extra couple $100 in their bank account each week, more than they made staying on the payroll. They could have kept all of their benefits. School system staff could have helped with their paperwork to secure these funds, as happened with our neighbors. I hope every parent, teacher, and administrator goes home thinking about what a difference $1 million or at least several $100,000 might make in our school system that is always asking everyone else to do more with less. And I hope every taxpayer here goes home and considers the gross negligence of those managing our city's resources. The failures of this body affect every taxpayer in this city. We all face higher tax rates and lower home values because of your failure to run this ship better. But worst of all, underserved children pay the real cost of your mismanagement. And finally, I want to take up Mr. Riddick on his request last week when he said, if you see me slipping, call me out. If I'm not doing what you elected me to do, don't put me back. Mr. Riddick, you said those words 1 week ago at a Black Lives Matter rally, put together to improve race relations, community relations in this city. The people there are looking to unify and prosper in this city. They and I elected you to bring better education to our children, to bring more opportunities through thoughtful and prayerful leadership. Instead, you squandered an opportunity to put thousands more in the pockets of some of our city's hardest workers who could use it most. The very custodians, bus drivers, and cafeteria workers you're charged with leading. Further, you sold out our children, squandering in the neighborhood of several $100,000 that administrators, teachers, and parents could give you plenty of ideas how to better spend. But worst of all, you came to that meeting with a message of division and used a falsehood to pit brother against brother for your own personal power. It's easy to see where you might have learned these tactics, but this failure, sir, is more than just a leadership one. It's one of character, and you owe an apology not just to Miss Story, not just to our children, but to every disenfranchised community member you just pushed further from community harmony and understanding. Everybody, please stop playing games. Get to work taking care of our kids. This was a bunch of nonsense tonight.
Next, we have Kelly Hingler.
Hello? Okay. I'm very tall, so please forgive me. Can you hear me? Good evening. I'm a product of the Suffolk school system, and I'm very happy to say so. When I lived in Myrtle on the Olive White County line and went to Kingsport School, which has been burned to the ground, a lot of my schoolmates are returning home. Behind you, you will see a seal for Nansman, meaning the Nansman Indian Nation, the Nansman River, Nansman County, and all of we who grew up at now age 51 myself in what was Nansman County. We are struggling as a people in Suffolk, but in a good way, in a growing way. I am now in the Chuckatuck borough, where before I was in the Myrtle. I did not grow up with the kind of derision that would cause people, myself as a healthcare provider, to feel like someone struck me in the chest, bringing up some derisive languaging that was spoken out here tonight. That is not what we do in Suffolk. We have beautiful youth that have come forward. Thank you. Thank you to them for the peaceful protests, for showing that the children are watching, that all of our efforts have not been for nothing. I went to John F. Kennedy High School, the Wolverines, all the way from Old Myrtle Road. I did not learn things that children should not learn. I served in the military. I now serve myself, my public, okay, my neighbors in the Chuckatuck Borough. And I will tell you something, it is a rural people. It is a rural people out to Whaleyville, to Holland. These people do not have the ability on a day-to-day basis to work their jobs and travel that distance. It is on country truck farm roads. I don't care what anybody screams and hollers. We are a good city, okay? But we are still Old Nansemond County. We are still flung 430 miles apart from each other, stem to stern. I am a veteran. I'm a healthcare provider. I'm an advocate. I'm an American. I will not tolerate anything but love. That is my America. That is my Suffolk. Please, we have to come together and understand that in Chuckatuck, food is being delivered for everyone in the borough. They all have to come down to Chuckatuck, all of those kids. Yes, there are some developments that have been put out on our rural peninsula, our agricultural peninsula. They're mansions. Okay, I don't live in one. The rural people there don't live in them. And if they did and they were a public school student and they had a right to a meal, then so be it. But everyone has to travel all the way to Chuckatuck. How is it in all the other boroughs? How is it for our children right now who are going to be me one day saying, God loves America, God loves Suffolk, God loves Old Nansemond County, okay? We are all here. I refuse to see anything less than all the love that I grew up with. All of my classmates graduating, some of them in the highest offices you can imagine in this country right now, against all odds. And the person who's right next to me, and the person to my left, and all of you. We have all risen up and will continue to rise up, but we have to understand 430 miles of people is a lot of people, and it's all rural, and it's trying to go into a direction of urban. We're going to have to do it together. We're going to require, like it does in the Chuckatuck Borough, for you to go door to door to talk to people. Please understand, there is no panacea. All this about Facebook, all this about all these other things, we still have to go door to door. We still have to talk to our 98-year-old grandmothers and our 3-year-old toddlers and ask everybody, how are you feeling today? It's been a pandemic. Please come back outside. Please hug each other. And please let's do it peacefully. But please understand we are a rural people, and that doesn't change overnight. And we want to welcome the folks who are coming into all types of diverse neighborhoods, okay, and developments that are coming here. Please let them see that. I am a child and a product of the Suffolk public school system.
Thank you, Ms.
God bless
Hengler.
you.
Your
Thank
time
you
has
so much. Good
expired.
night.
Jonathan Powell. Jonathan Powell. Aisha Edwards. Aisha Edwards.
Madam Chair, I have a letter from Ms. Edwards.
Okay.
Good afternoon. I am on the agenda to speak, but at chemotherapy. Not sure how I will feel once I leave, but this is important to me. I was employed by Suffolk Public Schools from 2002 to 2013. Even with a BS in business, I started as a substitute at Mac Ben and worked my way to full-time employment 2004 to 2013 at Kings Fork High. My first contract was safety monitor, and I ended as the main office secretary. I am a human being, and my degree doesn't define me and should have been treated as such, no matter the capacity I worked in. I had one-on-one interaction with Ms. Story on several occasions. Her demeanor and superiority to others was unexplainable. She questioned the intellect and wisdom on many occasions of the African American students before and during the inception of the IB program. The students she impacted in a negative manner was numerous, and as well as the parent interaction, as if we could not excel or complete assignments as our counterparts. The Gatling, Garrett's, Lees, Saunders, etc., that she told would not excel have obtained multiple degrees. Ms. Story would call the newspaper or report any decisions or discussions that made her uncomfortable just because she did not agree with the principals, students, parents holding her accountable. Her sarcasm, tone, demeanor, body language all displayed her lack of respect and for people of color. It was a challenge dealing with her as a secretary, so I could only imagine how the classroom atmosphere was and parent interaction. On multiple occasions, she would not speak or acknowledge me and walk past my desk and attempt to enter the principal's office unannounced. A lack of respect for me that was tolerated because I believed in being professional as well as advocating for all students. A firm, you must stop and I will see if they are available wasn't always received pleasantly. It is scary that she was elected as the representative for Chuckatuck to represent the people when she does not have the best interest of all students in mind. It is my opinion that she has been warned and further censured must take place. I pray that everyone votes and she is removed. It's time out for double standards and injustices, career and educationally. Sincerely, Aisha Edwards.
And last, we have Kristen O'Neill.
Last but definitely not least. Hello, Superintendent Gordon, Madam Chair and Assistant Chair, and members of the board. Today, I wanted to share with you an opportunity I was granted. 24 parents and myself from across Virginia were selected to represent the special education parents in a call with the Virginia Secretary of Education. He wanted to know how our experience was so far and further discuss what we would like to see in the fall. I would like to share with you all my response. To a certain extent, being a parent of a special needs child is humbling. Humbling in that you tend to appreciate things other parents take for granted. I can tell you I waited 3 years and 6 months to hear Mama for the first time. I can tell you the exact date, location, the words, "I'm sorry your son has autism," were spoken not once but twice with 2 separate boys. As March approached, I thought we had already climbed the highest mountain of the year. Transitioning to full-time kindergarten in a self-contained class was hard. It was way more structured than ever before, and we had a learning curve that we really overcame thanks to the help of an amazing IEP team led by Landon's teacher and a school administration who generally cares about our son. And this is Northern Shores, by the way. Landon was making progress in his IEP. He had started to say more words. His teachers were able to transition him out of the classroom just a few weeks prior, which for my impulsive son, who hopped the 6-foot fence his first day of preschool, this was huge. On March 13th, I watched the light dim that had really started to shine thanks to his public school education. COVID-19 may have put all children behind, but it's been especially damaging to my special needs son. His impulsiveness became out of control. We saw regressions in all areas, even with continued therapy at home. There are no adequate words that can express the pain I felt when he went from putting multiple words together to barely speaking at all. The services he was guaranteed on his IEP that are both clinically and educationally necessary went out the window with COVID. We didn't hear from the speech therapist till the end of March and only 2 times after that, which, to be honest, the messages had no helpful advice and weren't even remotely personable. Just a generic message that was not even worth a response. It also took some time to hear from the OT, but she has been diligent since, and we appreciate the work she has given. Kids like Landon can't just do online work and honestly cannot just do packets either. In fact, other than a projector in their classroom, he has never been exposed to a computer or how to use it. It took our district over a month and a half to reach out to special ed parents with insulting interviews regarding how our children learn with no follow-up. Thankfully, we are one of the lucky ones who have a teacher who cares about our son, but what if we didn't? Why does it take a month and a half to care about how my child learns and how they're doing during this time? FAPE guarantees these kids an education that is equal to their peers regardless of a pandemic or not. Unfortunately, that is not the case. We are losing time with these kids, and this alone could affect them for the rest of their lives. Homes are safe places for kids like my son on the spectrum. The expectations here are not the same as school and make homeschooling him close to impossible, as I'm sure any developmental pediatrician will tell you. We have been in survival mode. The reality is, I'm just a parent. I do not have a background in special education. I just want to see my son thrive, and I'm trying my hardest, but at the end of the day, that just doesn't feel like it's good enough. Imagine going to bed every night with a feeling like you're failing your child. Victims of COVID-19 are not only the people who have tested positive, they are the special ed kids who have not had a voice to speak up for themselves and have been let down by a system who should protect them. These issues go beyond our school itself and, dare I say, beyond the district. Change needs to happen, and that change needs to start here. My hope from reading this message is that when fall rolls around, a greater focus is put on special education. Early intervention is keys to a child's success, and we are losing time that we can't get back, time that could impact our special education kids for the rest of their lives. I would love to see a committee or a strategy session with parents from the district. Hear our voices. The survey doesn't even touch the surface, and the questions are too generic. We love our school. We love our teachers. We're Dolphin Pride to the heart. In fact, I'm Northern Shore's PTA president. We love our administrators, but they can only do so much. These decisions are above their heads. There's a fear of judgment among the special ed parents to speak up, especially with the newly regarded SEAC being handpicked by the board in a potential popularity contest that people are genuinely afraid of. But that ends today. No one's child, and most importantly, my child, doesn't benefit from silence. I thank you, and I hope we all stand together this fall.
And now we have business by board members. Ms. Jenkins?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say that congratulations again to all of the schools, especially the elementary schools that have had their celebrations for their students. And I just want to let you all know that there has been several church functions that some of our board members, myself, Dr. Buck, and Mr. Mignet went to one where they were celebrating their graduates, and we just appreciate the community involving us and with their activities during this pandemic to make sure that we have a way of expressing our love and gratitude and congratulations to our students. I want, as always, thank the staff, Dr. Gordon, and everyone for everything that you have done through this to make sure that Suffolk Public School does not skip a beat with educating our students in a great way. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Jenkins. Mr. Mitnick?
Yes, I'd like to thank everyone who hung in there for this very lengthy meeting. And I too appreciated the opportunity to go to Zion Community Church for their graduation celebration. I had the opportunity to attend a Zoom session with the media specialist at Elephants Fork Elementary School, Ms. Ann Brady, and she was doing enrichment activities with the students just to keep them together and to keep up with them. And I saw how hard it was for her to work with the students who had joined voluntarily. And I say this because my heart goes out to our teachers who have worked so hard the last almost 3 months to not only teach the children of Suffolk Public Schools, but also to keep up with their own children's work as well. We're very fortunate that we have a very dedicated staff, and I thank every one of them for what they have done. as soon as you finish your professional development tomorrow, I hope that the school year has been profitable for you. I wish you luck on your tests that you have to take with your professional development. And I wish you all a summer that's full of joy and relaxation and time with family and friends. But thank you for all that you give to Suffolk Public Schools. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Ms. Mayo?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wish to express my sincere thanks to Dr. Gordon, the school administrative staff, principals, school administrative teams, teachers, and support staff for all that you have done during the unexpected closing of our schools during the pandemic, and for implementing the continuity of learning plan for our students. We also owe a debt of thanks to food service and transportation for their dedication and support, and our students are still receiving nutritious meals, and we're certainly grateful for that. I serve on the Governor's School for the Arts Regional Board as the board representative from Suffolk Public Schools. GSA is doing well and making plans for the next school year. The virtual graduation for GSA will be, and they are calling it the GSA Graduation Experience, will be held on Monday, June the 15th at 7 p.m., and it will be streaming live on YouTube. So you get to see the Governor's School for the Arts graduates at that time. Also, I'd like to say kudos to Kilby Shores Elementary School for the end of the year parade that was held this week. The administrative staff, teachers, and staff, other staff members participated in a 2-hour parade in their school zone, and it was a joyous occasion for the students who were excited about seeing their teachers again. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Riddick?
Okay, I'm gonna make mine rather quick, but I am gonna tackle something head on. I want to give my constituents answers to their questions. First and foremost, the numbers that I gave, that I referenced in my speech in my borough to some majority of people who live in my borough were numbers that were provided in April, near the middle, latter part of April. I didn't fail my students because what I did was, once that information was given to me, I went to the communities where my students lived and I spoke with the PAC leaders. I believe in the concept, if you get the popular kid involved, that popular kid will motivate the other kids to do what they need to do. And that's exactly what I did. I got those kids re-engaged. I'm not taking all the credit because we had teachers, we had Suffolk Public Schools, we had Dr. Gordon, everybody was pushing it. But for the area I represent, I went to the areas where I knew the youth was not doing what they're supposed to do. Outside of here, I also have a tutoring program where I tutor and mentor through a nonprofit organization and provide affordable programming to children who otherwise wouldn't be able to afford these programmings. I've helped I'm gonna estimate small, over 50 seniors complete their community service requirements by picking them up and taking them physically to complete their community service requirements. I'm vested in it. I don't just talk about it. This is my life. Before being elected to serve on the school board, this is what I was doing. While elected to serve and maintaining a job as a sergeant in the Department of Corrections, I'm still moving full steam ahead to make sure that our children don't fall behind. When someone asked the question about furloughing, and I heard that they referenced Virginia Pilot and Virginia Pilot quoted Norfolk Public Schools. Here's an email that I received from Norfolk Public Schools Superintendent, where it is saying Norfolk Public Schools has not furloughed any employees. The 333 employees that were referenced in the local newspaper are part-time employees. And in alignment with our pandemic practices, these non-contracted part-time employees must physically/remotely work to receive compensation. When these part-time employees work, they will receive the appropriate compensation. This group of employees serves in a variety of part-time positions, and it further goes into building levels and central office staff. So what I referenced and what I said, all of our divisions didn't do it. This information was also provided to another board member board member Story, who referenced Norfolk furloughing employees as well, and that was not the case. So I'm not pulling up stuff from fake news. I'm giving you factual information that was given to me regarding laying off employees. I reached out and checked with Cobra, and yes, they can have insurance for up to 18 months, but it's at the expense of the employee. The employee will have to pay for it, plus a 2% administrative fee. So although it sounds as if you're bringing in this big wad of money, they have expenditures. And being a bus driver for 7 years for Suffolk Public Schools, a lot of our bus drivers have issues that they need medicine for. So this is something that could be an out-of-cost pocket that a lot of our staff is not prepared to pay. So keeping these employees, such as the gentleman mentioned, the janitors and cafeteria workers and bus drivers, they never stop working. You heard earlier a report of 200,000 meals was served. That was the cafeteria staff. It was delivered by the bus drivers. And they rotated the bus drivers, and some will start cleaning buses. Then you also heard about the process of our schools being cleaned because no one is in the building now. So the things we couldn't do because of we didn't want to hinder the student achievement, we now have the opportunity to do it. We didn't ask for additional money for city council to do that. The money was already in the budget to pay these people. And per the budget, we can't move money from salary without getting permission. That's misappropriations of funds. So it's a lot of information that was passed out to the public that was not accurate. In closing, I said I won't be long. I think I said for this one. Moving forward, I don't think it was any of our objectives to be in here tonight censoring a board member. I want to work with everybody. And I love everybody because God saved me that way. But I want us to work without hidden agendas, without trying to catch someone in something all the time. I want us to work freely. Well, if you have a suggestion, you can share your suggestion. The same way I pick up the phone and call Dr. Gordon if I have a question, every board member has that same opportunity. We all have his phone number. We all have his email. Now, some board members choose not to do it and will tie our meeting up asking questions that we could have been asked because we get the agenda at least a week in advance. So, Suffolk, when I used the term we, I was not speaking on behalf of the school board. This shirt that I have on tonight, I'm gonna stand up so y'all can see it. This shirt was a gift that was given to me. And once a gift is given to the recipient, you cannot stipulate how the gift is used. Now, if I wear my shirt as I wear my other clothing, I wear my clothing. It is what it is. I never once said I was speaking on behalf of this board. That's not my job. I can't do it. That's why we elected Chairman Byram to speak on behalf of this board. I was asked to speak to my constituents in my borough on issues I felt. And judging by the late appearances, letters that was read, and the persons that couldn't get through the door because they sent messages, and the other Facebook post, when I spoke and said that people of color are under attack, I wasn't speaking to ride a Black Lives Matter coattail. I wouldn't dare join the wave of this man losing his life to make a political statement. That's crazy. I spoke it because I lived that as my reality as a student at Kings Fork High School. I hope the behavior had changed, but being on the board, I realized that the behavior had not changed. It's just, we just got a little older now. Now I cannot get a referral from talking back. Now I can say what I want to say because we're on the same playing field while keeping it respectful. If I can respectfully disagree with Dr. Gordon and the staff, as I have done in times past, so should every board member. So I'm not going to bore your patience longer, but if anyone has any more questions pertaining to Board Member Riddick and what was said, please feel free to email me, and I will respond at my appointed time. But I want to say thank you to all of Suffolk for allowing me to serve you, and I will continue to serve you with transparency and with our students first. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Riddick. Dr. Buck?
This has been an interesting day for me. I want to thank all the board members and Dr. Gordon and the staff and Mr. Wallen and everybody else. We started this morning off. My husband had a stroke, and so when I leave here, I'm going back to the hospital. But my husband wanted me to come tonight because he has read the stories that have been placed publicly and around my neighborhood, the things that have been said, the ugly things that have been said, and the lies that have been perpetrated. Mr. Riddick, I'd like to add one thing that you did not say to the easy access to Virginia unemployment benefits. It is unfortunate that anyone would lead anyone to believe that it's easy to get an unemployment check. It is not. There are people who started out with this pandemic who applied who have gotten not 1 cent. And it is just a complete lie to lead anyone to believe that you could have that money now, get it and get double benefits. It is also because I do listen to, I'm not a lawyer, but I do listen to people who know that you cannot simply, and you shouldn't, whether it's unethical behavior or not, if we have money and people have a contract with us, why in the world would we let them go so that they can move over to the state benefits when we have money in our budget for them? Many people who don't know anything about schools don't realize that at the end of this month, any monies that we have left over, we turn over to the city. We've worked with the city closely, even though every year we have budget season distractions. That's what I call them. The same group of people usually use the same tactics every year. Some years it's energy performance, other years it's the superintendent gets too much money, some years it's something else crazy. But the truth is we have budget season distractions, and those distractions usually involve something that suggests that the board isn't doing its job, the kids aren't doing well, or something. There's always something going on, something that doesn't make any sense. But what it is really some excuse for not supplying or supporting the budget that we've requested. And what has happened, unfortunately, is that we try to suggest that people aren't doing what they're supposed to do. This year is no different. It's just that we've had a mechanism for doing things internally instead of externally. And since we've done this pretending that all we had to do is just dismiss people and they get more money. Mr. Riddick, I got the same kind of communication. I do know people on Norfolk School Board and on people in their administration, and they didn't just dismiss people so that they could transfer them over to the state budget, and then they all of a sudden got a whole lot of money that they didn't earn from the state budget. It did not happen that way, nor did Chesapeake's superintendent do the same thing. It just didn't happen that way. And again, people are still waiting for unemployment benefits that they did not get. Transparency works the way it works, but believe me that there are secrets that have not been told. There's stories that have not been told, and I've looked in a whole lot of places, and there's stories that even Mrs. Storer hasn't been been telling, but that's neither here nor there. It's irrelevant at this point. What I would like for us to all do is realize that we are a body. There are 7 of us. Individually, we have no power or authority. It's only if we work as a board that we have power and authority. We're in the midst of a pandemic, and Dr. Gordon, I'm going to say this, and then I'm going to have to get ready to leave, but I want to say to you thank you, because we have been in the middle of 2 terrible situations. We watched a murder on television. We saw it all, and there's no denying it. And we're living in the aftermath of that murder. Besides that, we're living in the midst of a pandemic and trying to figure out what to do with schools. My hope is that this terrible, terrible, I don't know what kind of real life drama that we're living, the circus of policy, and I don't like this and I don't like that. I'm hoping that that's going to end tonight and we can focus on what we need to do to get back to schools. But I do want to thank you very much, and I want to thank our staff, because we've worked so hard to get through this year. And I'm just hoping we can end this year and move on and start our next year. I was a special education teacher, and so anyone who denies that I've worked for special education students is just not telling the truth, and they need to deal with that. Our sins are our own to deal with. But at any rate, my hope is that we can get back to doing what we know how to do and get back to doing it well. So thank you for what you've done, and as I exit early, you all know where I have to go. Thank you for your patience and your kindness.
And I'd like to say ditto to most everything that has been said in these remarks. We are a board, you know, we are a team. We should be team players. We have certain norms and protocols we need to follow. No one on this board is perfect. We make mistakes. And I don't know anybody up here that, other than Mr. Waller, that is an attorney. And I know no one up here but Dr. Gordon that is a true superintendent right now. And so, you know, we need to realize that, and I don't know anyone that's a finance director or building maintenance inspector or specialist in technology. You know, we all have our expertise, but we're all individuals. We bring to this board different ideas and individual personalities, and we need to work together moving forward. I know Dr. Gordon came to us in October. This has been a very rapid learning process for him. I know that because he tells me that. You know, from October to June, if we would look back and think what we have been through in these months. But I still believe we're building the best Suffolk public schools. And tomorrow, we will get up and we will do the same thing again. And I thank our staff and all of our people that have worked so hard. I thank the parents and the teachers and the students. And, you know, virtual learning is a new experience, but I think it's a thing that we're going to see for the future. Whether it's hybrid learning or whatever we're going to, you know, we don't know at this point. But we're going to have to adjust to these things. These are changing times. We're living in troubling times, not only here in Suffolk, but all over the world. And we need to adjust to things. And furthermore, we need to learn to love each other and trust in God. I'll say it again, trust in God and love each other. And learn to work with each other. But we have to have rules and regulations, and we have to enforce rules and regulations. It's not been an easy experience for anyone on this board, what we've been through over the last few months. And not a pleasant experience, I don't think anyone would say. And that's all I have to say. Looking at the informational items, are there any questions? If not, we will adjourn. Thank you.
Jimmy, how you doing?
Okay, how are you, sir?
Doing good. Family good?
Yeah.
Good, good, good.
Did it really? Yeah.
You doing good?
Yeah.
Hanging in here.
What's that? Right. 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 It's getting paid. Yeah. I mean, I know people who struggle to get.
How you doing tonight?
Jay, did you doing all right?
I'm doing good. How about yourself?
Woo! I've had to do it.